and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L005 permits ammunition sales at and by shooting ranges to persons aged 18 to 21, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment L005 say aye.
Aye.
All the opposed say no. All right, Amendment L005 is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L029 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L029 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L029 permits ammunition sales to members of the U.S. military and Colorado National Guard who are aged 18 to 21. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L029? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L029. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All right, Amendment L029 is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L007 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L007 permits ammunition sales to persons aged 18 to 21 who have certain hunter qualifications, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L007 passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L008 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L008 allows ammunition sale and delivery to persons younger than 21 born on and after January 28th, 2007, which aligns with when the firearm purchase age restriction, Senate Bill 23-169, went into effect, so that a person younger than 21 who could purchase a firearm can continue to purchase ammunition, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L008 is adopted. Majority Leader, I'm sorry? Yes, to the bill. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Majority Leader Duran. It's a true honor to present this bill with you today. Sadly, in the wrong hands, a round of ammunition can take a life. Then 1.1 million firearm-related deaths occurred between 1990 and 2021. Bullets are now the leading cause of death of youth in this country. In fact, 18 to 20-year-olds commit suicide at over the rate of adults 20 years and older. Prohibiting this demographic from being able to purchase ammunition could lives in Colorado. Today, it is far too easy in place on websites and stockpile ammunition. On the morning of May 18, 2018, a 17-year-old armed with a shotgun and a handgun walked into Santa Fe High School in Santa Fe, Texas, and shot and killed 10 of his classmates and teachers, and wounded another 13. Before the shooting, the 17-year-old shooter items to alcohol and ammunition. The 17-year-old underage shooter in this case purchased his ammunition without even needing to leave his home. We know that when states pass common sense gun violence prevention laws, lives are saved. This bill is one of those common sense solutions. During our hearing, we heard from many passionate advocates. Several students from East High School, where I attended high school as well, who experienced horrific gun violence just a few years ago, bravely testified about the impact that this had on their lives. They asked us to do something, and I hope all of us in this chamber listen to them today. I urge a yes vote.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to present House Bill 1133 regarding regulating the sale of ammunition in Colorado. House Bill 1133 will keep ammunition out of the hands of people too young to legally purchase firearms, which is critical to public safety. Specifically, this bill will raise the age requirement to purchase ammunition to 21, the same age requirement in Colorado for the purchase of firearms. This is a modest but important step that is well in line with the previous actions that the legislature has taken to protect our communities from gun violence. Second, this bill takes additional steps to bring some common sense to our state's approach to accessing deadly ammunition. This bill establishes basic security standards for ammunition sellers to prevent theft, including requiring ammunition retailers to ensure that that ammunition is not accessible without the assistance of an employee. Additionally, Colorado is also starting to see a concerning new trend of unattended ammunition vending machines. This bill also prohibits the sale of ammunition via vending machines because anyone purchasing ammunition must be assisted by an employee. And with that, members, I ask for a yes vote today.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a clarifying question for the bill sponsors. There was a note about stats, and I'm just wondering the age range. There was something that was spoken as to that the bullets are the leading cause of death for, and I put down minors, but I think there was actually an age range provided, and I was just hoping that that could be shared or clarified for me. Thank you.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come up here and speak to this bill. We have got to stop blaming other objects, guns, ammo, for horrific events. And let's get down to what the root cause is. That we have a mental illness problem. We keep finding ways and things to blame, but we can't blame other things for what truly is the cause of all this, mental illness. Those people need help. We need to help them, not limit our rights, not limit what we think is to blame. The ammo sale for children, not children, for young adults, 18, to limit that is saying, you know, these young adults are not smart enough not to join the military and vote, but they are not smart enough to buy ammo. Like, seriously, we got to stop blaming other objects, other items, and get down to the root cause of what the real problem is. My ammo does not go into the gun by themselves, and my guns do not shoot by themselves. It requires somebody to operate them. I urge a no vote.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I sat on the committee for this bill, and there were some very interesting things that we heard. So this bill actually was late last week on this bill, and they brought in a lot of witnesses. A group of witnesses that really caught my eye was there was a high school let out, and a bunch of 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds came in there to talk about the bill. And one of the main themes that they had was that the mind is not developed fully until 25. And that's why we want to raise we want to raise it to where you can buy the ammo to 21. And that theme went over and over again, and you had youth there telling you that the mind is not developed until 25. And then the day before yesterday, we had what they called the Read Day, and they brought a bunch of kids up here and to read the books. And the first thing they said was, the mind is developed to 80% when you're 4. And then they said that the mind is developed to 90% when you're 5. So I guess using that analogy, it takes 20 years to gain that 10% to get to where you should be able to buy ammo. So I'm going to give a perspective of why that this is so important that this bill fails. Well, the reason that this bill has been brought here is, in my opinion, of some situations that have happened here in Denver, not on the western slope, not on the eastern slope, but a couple of incidents that happened here in Denver. And so the solution is since these things have happened in Denver, we need to punish the whole state of Colorado. So where I live, I can remember when I was 6 years old, we was underneath went out that morning, Christmas Day, and my father, he we opened our Christmas presents, and the first present that I had at 6 was a 22 single shot rifle. He handed it to me, no shells or anything, gave me the gun. I got to play with it for about 20, 30 minutes. And then he took the gun from me, and then I didn't see that gun until I was 11 years old. And then when I was 11 years old, what he did, he gave me that gun. And I got to go out there on the ranch with the gun, shooting at trees, rocks, whatever, and taught me how to use the gun. And then I did that for several years. Well, one of the reasons that this gun is this bill that was told in the committee why it is so important that you can still have a gun if your parents give it to you, if you're under the age of 21, or the bullets. My situation, we're on the West Slope. A story that I was 15 years old, my brother was 13 years old, and my father and mother were 80 miles away at the desert ranch. We were at the farm, and we were calving out 100 head or 150 head of bred heifers, and our job was to glass. It was about a go, and it was to glass through there and make sure that there was a heifer that are not having any troubles if they're calving and they're down on the ground. So I'm glassing one day. Me and my brother were by ourselves. I'm 15, he's 13, and we look down there, and what I see is I see a cow that is down on the ground that has got a baby that is halfway out, and there's a pack of wild dogs, and waiting on the baby as the baby calf is halfway out, and so we jump on the 3-wheeler. We run down there with that little 22 that my dad gave me. The dogs had been running wild for a long time. We tried to shoot them away. The dogs from working that calf that was halfway out of its mother. The mother can't fight back. She's down on the ground giving birth. There are 30 of them. But then when we got there, the calf was already dead, because what they do is they like to eat. They like to chew on the skin. And so they were chewing on because that's the softest skin of this baby newborn calf. And they were chewing underneath the arms of the calf, laying there dead. Anyway, one instance of why, as a young boy, that I needed a gun. Another thing that we do down there where I live is we go to our ranches in the spring when the snow melts, and we take them to the mountain ranch, and then we put them up in our cabin, and they're there for 2 or 3 or 4 days, and they fix 10 miles of fence, which is heavily for us, so it takes a lot of work, and it takes usually a week to fix that fence. And what we do is we give them a gun, so that as they're on that fence line, they're up there by themselves, they're younger than 21, and they work on that fence. Well, there was an incident. So one of them had a little, he had a ranch dog. It was a pup, and he had this pup, and they are going down the fence line, and the pup starts barking and takes off. And they're heavily forested. The dog takes off, and it starts running through the trees. And what the dog is doing is they said the dog was chasing a bear. So the boys, they take off running after the dog to try to catch the dog before the dog catches the bear.
Representative Sukla, I'm really enjoying all of these stories. These are fantastic. I'm wondering if you could guide us back to the bill.
Yes. And I will talk about the ammo that they had in the gun. When the bear, what happened was the bear had 2 cubs, and those 2 cubs were in between them and the bear, and that is a very dangerous situation. And so what they did was, if they would not have had that gun and fired a warning shot, then that bear probably would have killed him, because you do not want to get between the cubs and the 2 bears. Back to the ammo.
Thank you.
In where I live, a lot of people still believe in marriage, and so around 18 or so, they get married. And then when they get married, they go and they have a family. They live out in the country where I live, and what they do is they start their family. They're out there in the middle of nowhere, and there's a mountain lion. There's all kinds of different animals, and what they do is the man's or the woman, their job is to protect the family. So with this bill, what we're trying to tell our kids that their brain apparently is not developed till they're 25, but yet now that I see that the world chess champion of Grandmaster Chess is 18 years old. What happened to that man? How did his brain get developed like that? This bill is simple. You are taking an issue that happens in this city where we have a lot of mental health issues. You are putting it to all of us on the whole state of Colorado. You are infringing on these people's rights to protect themselves. As my father would say, the only way, a gun is an equalizer for a woman. A gun is an equalizer for a woman. You cannot take a 200-pound man, a woman where I live, that breaks down out in the middle of nowhere, and then you have a 200-pound man come up to the 110-pound woman, and she's out.
Representative Sukla, this bill is about ammunition. Do you think we can talk about ammunition?
Yes, ammunition. So, thank you, Madam Chair. The woman's, thank gosh, has got a gun. She weighs 110 pounds, and the man weighs 200 pounds. And I'll tell you what, if she wouldn't have that gun and stop the intruder, she could be assaulted. I'm not really reading anything. I'm just thinking. Please, for the sake of rural Colorado, would you please vote no on this bill? People, not take them away, and that is what this bill does. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to follow that, but I'm going to try I want to talk about what we saw in committee as the ranking member of the committee this came out of. The discussions and the debate that we had was revolved around a few different aspects of who's really affected by this. In a building that we see a lot of legislation that has intended and unintended circumstances. This, whichever those may fall in, has a lot of circumstances that really affect a community that a lot of us can relate to, and some of us can't. And I think the people that don't relate to those things that we see being affected are the ones that are creating this legislation similar to this that we have to come up and argue and debate. and talk about on a regular basis. Some of the things that are an issue to me is the sporting side of ammunition. And when the sporting people are of the adult age and the child age by statute and by constitution. And as children, I grew up, I had firearms at 12 years old as a child. Granted, they weren't just laying on a desk in my room, they were controlled within my family and my parents. But I was hunting. I went through hunter education at the age of 12, and I was hunting from that point forward. I also had my own ammunition for the firearms that I used to hunt with at the age of 12. The sporting side of this is the fact that we are in a different sensational gun. I hear a term that comes around here a lot. That is, I don't think of gun anything as a culture. Owning a firearm does not put me in a certain culture. Owning a firearm puts me as a person that is concerned with providing for my family with food if I need to hunt. It is providing for myself and others if I need to carry a weapon, a firearm for self-defense. And it's also something for simple recreation that those of us that have firearms can appreciate. But those of us that don't think of it as something that is shameful or should otherwise be penalized or restricted. And when it comes to ammunition, the simple thing you need to be able to fire a firearm, to be able to hunt, to be able to go to a range and recreationally shoot or compete, to be able to protect yourself, you have to have the projectile, which comes in the cartridges that are mentioned and restricted in this bill for people 18 to 21 years old. Federal law restricts people from purchasing handgun ammunition or handguns prior to the age of 21. There's no reason to go any further than that. But in this bill, we are taking it to a completely unreasonable level by banning all ammunition, even reloading. Reloading is something I used to do with my grandfather, something I used to do with my dad. It's a hobby, it's a way of life, and it's something where you can actually create something and then go and utilize it. It is a hobby that brings families together. It's a hobby that brings sporting to a whole new level because you are doing everything and creating the experience that you have in hunting and recreation and otherwise. This bill takes that away. This doesn't promote safety. If we want to talk about promoting safety, we can maybe take some of the sensationalizing of firearms out of video games. I think that falls on parents. That doesn't fall on the legislature. When we're talking about firearms, we do know that 86% of firearms used in violent crime are handguns. 90 to 93% of those are acquired illegally. If we want to address safety and how it pertains to firearms, we need to address firearms in the wrong hands, not firearms in the hands of law-abiding citizens, which we are doing here. To a degree that is unacceptable. At 18 years old, you are an adult. Like it or not, 18-year-olds are an adult. Everything that we're doing in this building says that 18-year-olds, anyone 18 or younger, anyone younger than 21 is too dumb to do anything except for vote and join the military. This bill really pushes that to another level. We are now saying you can't even be responsible enough to purchase your own ammunition for a firearm. This comes into the lack of protection for victims as well. I, in my law enforcement career, have seen victims, 16, 18, 20 years old, that were killed or violently injured because they didn't have a firearm to protect themselves. We create those laws in legislature. We create those laws that create victims. I was 17 when I joined the military. I grew up in a high school where every truck, even cars in the parking lot, had a gun rack displayed in the window. They had loaded firearms and otherwise ammunition ready for the firearms so that students could go hunting before and after school as part of their daily routine. You didn't see firearm thefts in those vehicles. You didn't see school shootings. You didn't see any of that. It isn't a firearm culture that we're talking about. This is a culture of just making a fanatic of firearms and sensational firearms through video games and other means that have no relation to anyone that has attended hunter education. As a hunter education instructor, I think that is a vital thing that every kid should go through to learn a respect for firearms. Any kind of firearms safety program as a firearms instructor, I think every kid and especially every adult should have attended a firearms safety education class. The other side of this argument is simply an argument that puts fear into firearms, puts fear into ammunition. We're blaming the tool, we're blaming the parts of a tool for committing atrocities instead of the person. And when you take the person, the perpetrator, out of the element, out of that scenario, you then do not have a problem. Firearms and cartridges in and of themselves do not commit atrocities or violence. No tool is responsible for atrocities or violence. We can look at New Orleans and the violence that happened there. There was a truck that ran down an alley, killing 14 people and injuring 30. The only thing that stopped that person were armed law enforcement officers after an atrocity happened. It was an alley full of unarmed people. The only way we create these situations is by disarming people and packing them into confined spaces. That is how you have mass casualties and mass victims. Where do bans end and where does crime control begin? We have to address the crime, not the tools. We have to address the stem, the root of the problem, not the low-hanging fruit that affects people that have no reason and no impact on the criminal aspect of this. They're the people we are disarming that have every means to protect themselves from violent crime that we're trying to prevent. This is something that we can't keep legislating. We can't keep legislating our way of killing businesses in Colorado, because that is the other side of this bill. Not only are we creating victims and ruining youth sports, not only are we killing recreation by not allowing adults aged 18 to 21 to be able to purchase things on their own as functioning adults. What we're doing is killing all of that. We're also killing small businesses. I have a friend, my close friend, where I teach my classes for firearm safety. He is having to move his business because every year his business is threatened and otherwise deterred. And I'm not saying that's the intent of this bill, but in everything that we see in the legislation that moves through here, everything negatively impacts businesses. How can a business owner in Colorado not feel like they're being targeted? Everything that we're doing is targeted to those people. They are being chased out of Colorado. My friend is moving to Wyoming, and that is a small town. We're not talking about the vast majority of federal firearms licensed dealers, ammunition dealers, retailers, mom and pop shops. You cannot expect them to be able to construct something and renovate a building simply to store firearms, or to store ammunition in a secluded place where we think it's not going to be seen or stolen. We aren't seeing a problem in that. What we're seeing is ammunition being accessible to be bought and making it less accessible by raising the age limit so that people that are functioning adults don't have the ability to be functioning adults and make their own decisions. We need to work on violent crimes and criminals, not creating more unarmed victims and thus creating more crime and victims. We can't keep ruining youth sports, and we can't keep ruining businesses in Colorado, especially businesses that we might not agree with the premise of what they create to provide for their family and their communities. We need to stop this kind of legislation. We need to actually do things that benefit Colorado, not detract from our revenue and our hardworking Coloradans that are simply here to do the right thing for the right people, not the criminals that we really need to be focusing on that are using these things inappropriately and causing harm in Colorado. We are enabling the criminals and ruining and destroying business, youth sports. I encourage simple things, business, recreation, simple adult decision-making skills, and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure, as you probably are assuming, I'm going to be a no on this. I'm also in the shocking. I know. I'm also on the Business Affairs Labor Committee. I'm going to go over a few bothered me. I want to let you, I think it's fair to let you know that I'm not here under any particular strategy to try to just take up time. I am here to speak my heart to somebody that grew up as a firearm outdoor enthusiast. I got my first gun when I was 2 years old. A little 22 caliber, 581 bolt action, 5-shot magazine. Not much to it. If you take that magazine out, you could use it to hold toothpicks. You might be able to fit about 7 toothpicks in there. I spent so much time, untold hours at the gun range, throwing rounds downrange. As a kid, I got my hunter safety at 12 years old. My mom used to actually drop me off at Foothill Shooting Center in Lakewood, Colorado. And I would spend hours there, hours, and then she'd come back and pick me up later. I understand it was a different time. I'm a little bit older, and the way I grew up is a little different than today. But still, there are several of the items in this bill that are truly concerning to me. At the outset of the committee meeting, I asked for data. I knew that as something that would be an emotional evening, because he nothing at all, nothing towards gun violence, zippity doo dah. Still, I knew there'd be plenty of stories. There'd be plenty of people coming up regaling us with their stories of tragedy, and not to minimize those. I understand those, I recognize those, and I weep for them. I knew that that was going to be a big focus of the evening. So what I did is I asked the bill sponsors. I said, please, it's something actually that I heard in a different meeting in Judiciary. I kept hearing requests about data. Can we go back to the data? We need to hear about data. I was told at the beginning of the meeting that yes, there are experts back here tonight. We're going to talk about data. I wish I would have pressed that further, because never during the entire committee meeting did I hear anything about data. Wasn't one shred of data. There are anecdotes, stories, but anecdote, that's not data. I was looking for data. There was never any data at all. There was never anything to show that by banning sales, by removing, first of all, the constitutional rights of adults 18 to 20. They have constitutional rights. By banning ammunition sales to those that are constitutionally legal to be able to buy them, never any data whatsoever to indicate that it would have any impact whatsoever on gun violence. Do you know why? This doesn't have anything to do with gun violence. This will not have violence. This does not help solve any stories all heard that night. As a matter of fact, some of the stories, look, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It's not that this is the first time that I've seen or heard this happen. Uh, but testimony is often not particularly relevant. I love that people are going to come up and they're going to express their First Amendment rights. God bless America. Well, I would love it if sometimes the testimony were more relevant to what we're talking about. I call it the surface temperature of Mars testimony. You know, be talking about something like, yeah, what about the surface temperature of Mars? It's irrelevant. All right. So when you talk about an event in a different state where the shooter was already over the age of 21, it is completely irrelevant to this. This is about Colorado. It's about 18 to 20 buying ammunition. It's a sad story. I'm sorry for your loss, but it is irrelevant to this decision. Never was there any data. You know why? There isn't any data to have. There's a story about how somebody went in and they stole in a different state completely. They went in and they stole untold thousands of dollars of ammunition from Cabela's. First of all, Cabela said that didn't happen. Didn't happen. It's uncorroborated, unproven. It was a plea deal that somebody was making. Who said, oh, I'll make it easier. You know what? I'm going to tell you what you want to hear because I want to get off of the charges. Never cooperated. Matter of fact, Cabela said, hey, you know what? Love the story, but it didn't happen. That's not data. That's an anecdote. And it's a story that doesn't apply. That's the first thing that kind of bothered me about it. There are more. Some of the testimony, I had an individual come up on testimony, said that he was a combat vet. He had been deployed in the jungles of Southeast Asia as a young man. And then he talked about what my good friend, Representative Sukla, had been talking about too, that, you know what, hey, the brain doesn't develop until age 25, so we cannot trust 18 to 20-year-olds with buying ammunition. Can't do it. They're just not ready to buy ammunition until much later in life. I found that to be a very interesting story. Combat deployed veteran in Southeast Asia. So I asked the gentleman, I said, hey, first of all, thank you so much for your service. But I'm curious, how old were you when you joined the military? And then also, I am curious, Mr. Combat Deployed Southeast Asia veteran guy, I'm interested that the people that were standing shoulder to shoulder with you, brothers in arms that you are relying to save your life, you are putting, when you're combat deployed, you're putting your life in their hands. How old were those individuals? How old were they? Were they 18? Were they 19? You know, you've heard that deer in the headlights. Yeah, oh man, he choked up and said, I wasn't asking them how old they were. You know, 64% of those that are on the Vietnam Wall, their names died in Vietnam. They're under the age of 21. 64%. There are names on the Vietnam Wall as young as 16 and 17 years old. Fact, look it up. 16, 17 years old. Of those that died in Vietnam went and died for their country. But yet, they can't be trusted to buy ammunition. The irony of that is appalling. It's disgusting, really, to me. 18-year-olds can enter into legal contracts. Contracts that can bind them for life. Obviously, they can enter the military. Obviously, they can vote. But yet, we cannot trust them to buy ammunition. I'm not exactly sure what we're trying to get at. Furthermore, I appreciate some of the amendments. And one of the amendments, like, hey, let's match this up to Colorado unconstitutionally, by the way, decided that they were going to make it to where you couldn't pay if you're under the age of 21 years old. Now, making it illegal to buy at the age of 21 has already been overturned in the Fifth Circuit as unconstitutional. So what we're doing is essentially we're chasing one unconstitutional law after another. I mean, I'm not exactly sure at what point we stop, but the amendment is good, I guess, you know, to say, hey, let's match this up with the law that we already have, except it's an unconstitutional law that we already have, stripping the constitutional rights of 18 to 20-year-olds, compounding the unconstitutionality of this entire thing. Speaking of those, that you had some very young folks coming in, 16, 17 years old, providing their testimony. Now, on one hand, I think, you know what? Hey, that's great. Come in and God bless America, express your opinion. We have the right to do that. We have the right to give our opinion. One young man said, hey, you know what? This shouldn't be very painful to do this. It's not that hard, what we're asking for here. It's not that hard. It shouldn't cause that much pain. I asked him afterwards, I said, who gets to be the arbiter of pain? Who gets to be the judge of what pain is? Because what I hear is I hear a young man and several young people coming in, enjoying their First Amendment rights and asking at the same time to vacate the Second Amendment rights of their peers. Who gets to judge what's more painful? Is it more painful to be told that you have to be quiet, that you're not allowed to express your First Amendment rights? Some people might say, you know what, I'd rather give up my First Amendment rights than my Second Amendment rights. It's not an a la carte menu. The Constitution is not something that you just get to pick and choose from. We all sat in this room, raised our right hand, and we swore to defend that Constitution. We were not given a menu to check different boxes and say, hey, this is what I want. Nah, I'm not good with that. I'm good with this part, but not good with that part. The whole Constitution. We are here to defend the entire Constitution of this country. And I found it a little bit disingenuous, at the least, to hear young people willing to vacate the Second Amendment rights of their peers while enjoying their own First Amendment rights. Again, this does nothing for gun violence. It doesn't address the issue. You want to address the issue, then okay, you know what, let's have that discussion. But let's not piggyback it on more unconstitutional laws and taking the constitutional rights from 18 to 20-year-olds. I would like to dovetail a little bit on the discussion about the outdoors. I told you that I grew up hunting, shooting, hunter safety at 12 years old. I get turned loose. They just turned me loose on the family ranch and say, here you go. I had a little over and under 22 gauge 410 shotgun, little combo. Yeah, just go shoot stuff. Those savage. Those things are awesome. Great little firearms for young hunters. They would turn me loose and allow me to just go out and be out with nature. Colorado Parks and Wildlife came in to testify against this bill. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is in an opposed position on this bill. I find that to be telling. We're in Colorado. We're supposed to be all about the outdoors. We're supposed to be enjoying the outdoors. We are supposed to encourage our youth to enjoy the outdoors. Get out, young man, enjoy the outdoors. Live and breathe the air, the outdoor air. This is what Colorado is all about. But if you're not 21, you can't, there's no hunting. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't take ammunition out. This completely destroys, I believe, what Colorado is all about. Madam Chair, there's one other item that I wish to address. I did save this for the last because I don't know how this is going to be received. I'm new guy.
As long as you don't talk about wild dogs, you're good.
I have to tell you that I left committee on Thursday disillusioned. I made it 37 days. I think that was his 37th day. And I felt that on the 37th day, I was faced with a harsh reality of the decay of democracy. This bill should have died in committee. This bill should have died in committee. I believe that it's important, and I'm going to say this up front. What I'm about to say, I get it. It's part of the mechanism by which we operate. It's a regular part There's a certain level of like eyes opening for legislators. You come in and you still understand what the realities are. I still understand what the reality is of the math up on the big scoreboard. I get that. I'm ready for that. I'm okay with that. There are other things that I understand being in the minority party. There's just things that you just kind of have to accept. I wasn't ready for this. I understand that it's part of the game, so hate the game, not the players. Therefore, the names will be protected, so I'm not impugning anybody, but I will tell you that the overall, what I witnessed, I believe is something that the voters of Colorado should be aware of. Not saying that it wouldn't be something that would happen over on our side, but I am saying that I saw it happen on this side, I saw it happen that evening, and it really kind of tore my heart up. This bill should have died in committee. It had the votes to die in committee. I shouldn't even be standing here talking about it. You would probably prefer that I not be standing here talking about this right now. It should have died in committee. It had the no votes, but what ended up happening is that because there was such a desire to advance the bill, to advance it to here, to advance it to a stage where undoubtedly it will get through despite its unconstitutionality, a member of our committee, and keep in mind it's an 8-5 committee, all right? It's 8-5. We already have a lot of work to do to be able to have kind of a fair shake at things. It's an 8-5 committee. We had the no votes, but a member was subbed out. I did not realize that could happen. I didn't realize that would happen. A member that was a no vote got subbed out in order to make sure that they were replaced with a yes vote to make sure that it got out of committee. Don't hate the players, but I am going to hate that game. That stinks, man. That stinks. That's not democracy. That stinks. I'm a no vote on this. I would ask for you to consider the constitutionality of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds and also vote no. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment 013 to House Bill 1133 and have it properly displayed.
Amendment L013 has been moved and is now properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment creates a tax credit for businesses who have to make renovations to their shops as a result of the details of this bill, which it requires lock and key for everything. So I do encourage an aye vote on this amendment because it is certainly one that would enhance the bill completely.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative,
We urge a no vote on this amendment. This would drive a fiscal note, and we want to keep the fiscal note as is, and so we urge a no vote.
is there any further discussion on Amendment L013?
Rested.
All right, division is called. We're going to stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L013. A division has been requested. All those in chamber, all of those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L013, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L013 is lost. To the bill. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to exercise my constitutional right under the Colorado Constitution to have this bill read at length. Thank you.
Mr. Shebel, please read the bill at length. Just kidding, not you, Mr. Shebel.
A bill for an act. 101 concerning requirements for the retail sale of ammunition, 102 for firearms, and, in connection therewith, 103 establishing requirements for the delivery of 104 ammunition sold at retail. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill requires that ammunition sold at retail must be accessible to a purchaser or transferee only with the assistance of the vendor, and the bill prohibits the retail sale of ammunition to a person who is younger. House sponsorship Duran and Gilchrist. Senate sponsorship Mullica. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Then 21 years of age. Unlawful sale of ammunition by violating either requirement is a civil infraction, except that a second or subsequent violation is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The bill requires a person shipping ammunition to give written notice to the ammunition deliverer that the package contains ammunition and prohibits labeling the outside of the package in a manner that indicates that the package contains ammunition. Violating either provision is unlawful notification involving ammunition package, which is a misdemeanor. When delivering a package containing ammunition sold at retail, a retail ammunition the person receiving the written acknowledgement of the recipient. Violating either of these requirements is unlawful delivery of ammunition by a retail ammunition deliverer, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-101, add 3, 1, A.2, as follows, for 18-12-101. Peace Officer Affirmative Defense, definitions. 5, 1, as used in this Article 12, unless the context otherwise requires. 6, A.2, ammunition means an ammunition or cartridge 7 case, primer, bullet, or propellant powder designed for use in A8 firearm. The term ammunition does not include 9, I, a shotgun shot or pellet not designed for use as the 10 single, complete projectile load for one shotgun hull or casing, 11 or 12, 2, an unloaded, non-metallic shotgun hull or casing 13 that does not have a primer. 14, Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 18-12-116 as 15 follows. Requirements, minimum 17 purchase age, exceptions, ammunition delivery requirements. -2, HB 25-1133. 1. Penalties, definitions. 1a. A retail ammunition vendor shall 2 not sell, offer for sale, or display for sale or transfer 3 ammunition in a manner that allows the ammunition to be for accessible to a purchaser or transferee without the assistance 5 of the vendor or an employee of the vendor. Ammunition 6 displayed in an enclosed display case or behind a counter or 7 other customer access prevention device is not considered 8 accessible for the purposes of this subsection. 1a. 9b. A retail ammunition vendor shall not sell ammunition 10 to a person who is under 21 years of age. Prior to 11 completing a sale of ammunition at an in-person transaction, the 12 retail ammunition vendor, or an employee of the vendor, shall 13 verify that the purchaser is at least 21 years of age by 14 requiring the purchaser to produce a valid government-issued 15 photo identification. 16. C. A retail ammunition vendor that violates this. 17 subsection 1 commits unlawful sale of ammunition. Unlawful. 18 Sale of ammunition is a civil infraction, except that a second or 19 subsequent offense is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 22a. A retail ammunition vendor delivering a package 21 containing ammunition to a retail ammunition deliverer for 22 purposes of transport. 23i. Shall give written notice to the retail ammunition 24 deliverer that the package contains ammunition. And 25.2. Shall not label, tag, or otherwise mark the outside of 26 the package in a manner that indicates that the package 27 contains ammunition. -3, HB 25-1133. 1b. A retail ammunition vendor who violates this 2 subsection 2 commits unlawful notification involving an 3 ammunition package. Unlawful notification involving an 4 ammunition package is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 5.3a. When delivering a package containing ammunition 6 sold at retail, a retail ammunition deliverer shall 7i. Verify that the person receiving the ammunition 8 delivery is 21 years of age or older by making the delivery. And 11.2. Obtain written acknowledgement of receipt of the 12 ammunition delivery from the recipient of the delivery. 13b. A retail ammunition deliverer that violates this 14 subsection 3 commits unlawful delivery of ammunition by a 15 retail ammunition deliverer. Unlawful delivery of ammunition 16 by a retail ammunition deliverer is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 17.4. This section does not apply to the sale or offer to sell. 18 Ammunition at wholesale or the delivery of ammunition sold at 19 wholesale. 25 as used in this section, unless the context otherwise. 21 requires. 22a. Retail ammunition deliverer means an entity that 23 delivers, by motor vehicle, ammunition sold at retail to the 24 purchaser at a location in this state. Retail ammunition 25 deliverer includes a retail ammunition vendor that delivers to 26a location other than the vendor's place of business. Ammunition 27 sold by the vendor at retail to the purchaser. -4, HB 25-1133. 1b. Retail ammunition vendor means a person who sells 2 ammunition at retail. Retail ammunition includes a 3 vendor not located in Colorado when the vendor sells or offers 4 to sell ammunition at retail for delivery to a purchaser located 5 in Colorado. 6 Section 3. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 7 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 8 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 9 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 10 institutions. -5, HB 25-1133.
Okay. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am a member of the Business and Labor Committee and heard all the testimony, and I actually very much appreciate the minority leader having the bill read at length, because I know even after a month or so here that generally all the members don't have a chance in detail to read every bill that we consider on the floor. So having now heard the bill, I think my comments may make a little bit more sense, or certainly it provides context. So I want to take it up, starting kind of at the higher level. Our Declaration of Independence that discussed why governments are constituted indicates that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are fairly important things. They're kind of concepts that everything else flows from. You know, that pursuit of happiness in original drafts was pursuit of property, ammunition, firearms, real property. It's a nod towards the free market that we should all treasure, especially those of us that serve on the business committee. The US Constitution, kind of our enacting bylaws for the country, talks about securing the blessings of liberty. It's in the preamble. Most of us know it. Once it starts going, we can recite it. Kind of get lost maybe. It's a small, fairly short document. There's a lot of detail behind it. But those blessings of liberty, our ability to do what we do freely without government interference, without government influence. Our governments properly, both at the national level, but certainly here in Colorado, should be enabling people to pursue happiness. They should enable the liberty of people, not tie their hands. When it comes to businesses, we shouldn't be picking winners and losers based on what our opinion of the wares that they sell are. And I'm afraid that's what we've done here. We continue in this state to add burdens to legal and proper businesses that are just trying to meet the needs of their customers. They're responding to the will of the people. I think we should too as a legislature. We're making it harder with this bill. A lot of the previous speakers really spoke to the 18 to 21 portion of the bill, and that's very important to me as well. But I also want to look at what we heard during the reading at length of the requirement to put ammunition behind a counter or otherwise secure it. Several times during the committee, when that was brought up by gun shop owners, by ammunition dealers, that would be difficult, that would be onerous, that would be burdensome to them and cost them money. We had some members of the committee asking, well, why don't you just put it behind the counter? Which makes me wonder if some of the people in the committee have ever been in a gun shop or a place that sells ammunition. Some of them don't have counters that are large enough to hold their entire stock. There are other ways to secure, obviously, but we should be trying to understand what we're regulating before we actually pass things that regulate. There's some other parts of the bill that really did bother me and still do. Bam.
Members, way too loud in here. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Putting on the application of penalties, the creation of penalties and criminality. This doesn't create crimes for folks that are 18 to 21. And I'm not suggesting that we should make possession by a minor of ammunition illegal, because we actually discussed the fact, and it's not illegal to possess, it's just going to be illegal to sell to somebody, which kind of makes you scratch your head a little why you can't buy something that you're legally entitled and able to have. But it does create crimes for those that potentially inadvertently sell to somebody under the age of 21. It does make it a crime to deliver ammunition to somebody that's under the age of 21, even if the person delivering may not know who they're delivering to. It makes it a crime to deliver a package that may be mismarked by the shipper, something that the delivery person has no way of controlling. So in those cases, these are just wrong, and that needs to be fixed and taken from the bill. As for the high school students that came in, they're impressive folks, probably more articulate than I am. They related their stories of fear, of their concerns over shooters in their schools, their fear being raised every time they do active shooter drills. And again, you can hear it in their voices. You know it's true. You know that they are afraid. And I think that really points to some problems we're going to have in the future. We're unfortunately not raising a generation that is resilient, but that view themselves as victimized by the world around them. That is not the American dream. That's not what I grew up with. I grew up in a different generation. I was at the tail end of the duck and cover generation. I grew up near an Air Force base that flew B-52s in and out that were nuclear armed. We faced annihilation as a country when I was a child. But we grew up with a positive attitude, and here we are. Again, a difference. My high school had a 22 caliber rifle range in the basement. You know, that would be unheard of today, obviously. So different generation, but I respect their thoughts, their ability to petition the government. The development of the human mind, and I think my colleague from the Western Slope covered that very well. But kind of circling back to where we started here with the securing the blessings of liberty. 40 years ago, when I had an undeveloped mind, I raised my hand for the first time and swore an oath to defend the Constitution. I was very capable of possessing and using ammunition at that time. Like many others here, started shooting around the age of 12. I think this bill, again, is a solution in search of a problem. It's a punishment for good businesses, good people that are trying to serve the needs of their communities. And it really impacts the culture and the way of life that we're trying to preserve, or should be trying to preserve and enhance and support, because those are the choices of the citizens of this state, and the government enabling their choices, not restricting them. And that's what this bill does. So there certainly are needs for further amendment, but even amended, I'm not sure how I get to support, but right now I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in opposition to this bill. I understand that this bill was well-intentioned to protect the safety and well-being of our citizens, but this is not the way to do it. I also believe that we should follow the Constitution. We all did, it was pre-stated here before. And we are only hurting law-abiding people with this bill, people who are 18 and up, from 18 into 21, right? Not everybody that is of the is not committing harm in schools. There are people that purchase ammunition, forces, and for reasons. And I believe that we should also be able to teach our young generations the proper safety techniques. You know, whether you choose to use guns or not, that is your what is law. That being said, we also have the problem of, you know, other states that have their own similar this bill in the current form as it is now. Again, I am not assuming your guys' is bad intentions. I know you guys you truly do care about it. But currently, the gun laws we have here in Colorado, they're working. No matter how many more laws we continue to push into play here in the state, we still have these shootings, guns and ammunition through illegal means. It wasn't through the proper means. And I have to date have not seen someone who is a concealed carry permit owner or a member of the NRA who has committed a crime in these mass shootings. And so I think the statistic we should consider when we're coming forward with these bills, especially on ammunition, is, you know, it only hurts law-abiding citizens. And for those reasons, I am a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we've got another, one of many apparently. And aside from the fact of infringing on the Second Amendment, and a whole bunch of other things, which I won't get into this time, but let's talk about increasing costs. So the very first paragraph says it requires that ammunition is sold by the vendor, and you have to have it stored in a secure manner to where in a store, the employee has to come and let you something. Now, I hunt, been hunting for years. I took both my boys through hunter safety. I've taken them hunting. Now I'm one of those. Some people I like looking at cars. I like comparing cars, like special muscle cars, old motors and the engines. When I buy the ammunition, I want to go in, especially if I'm hunting. I want to go in and look see, well, do they have anything different? I like to look at the actual ballistics. I like to look at the velocity. I like to look at what that bullet could do, what's the cost. But in order to do that now under this bill, I got to wait till I can get a store employee. And if you go into Cabela's, there's a sign up, everything. I can normally look at the shelf and I can go down and compare the ballistics to what I want to hunt with. And maybe if I've got a question about a specific type of ammunition, then I can ask about that. And I'm going to get somebody to come help me while everyone else is waiting. So we're increasing the cost to the business. We're increasing the cost of the wait time to the consumer. Whether you go into Cabela's, Sportsman's Warehouse, any other sporting goods store to buy ammunition, compare and look at things, you used to be able to just go and do that at a counter. If you look as an example, grocery stores, when they built out to sell the liquor, beer, and wine, they had to build entire sections. The one particular store in my district sitting down there spent $10 million so they could sell liquor, wine, and spirits, or wine, beer, and spirits there. Now we're going to add more requirements, more fees, more wait time, more duration to people that want to buy something, compare it, and even if I just want to look, if I just want to no longer do that, I've got to get a store employee to help me. While he's helping me, someone else is waiting. Someone else can't see something. So we're just backing things up. We're increasing the cost to consumers, retailers, everyone involved. We are decreasing their ability. If you want to go sport shooting, you don't necessarily want to go out and buy the most expensive round out there to go spend a day on the range. But now in order to do that, you've got to get the employee to open up the case and start pulling different rounds out. Now, I like to see what they are. I like to read the boxes. Call me strange, but it interests me. And yet we're going to tell people that now you got to get the store employee and you have to wait. Maybe I don't want to buy that day. I just want to see what's going on that's new. And I want to be able to pull up 2 different boxes and look at the ballistics and look at the cost. But now I got to wait for the employee. So where is this helping the consumer? Where is this reducing fees for the public? Where is this helping businesses? Oh, I submit it is not. We are increasing costs on businesses. We're increasing costs on consumers. All we're doing is continuing to spiral up the cost of goods, of anything. Whether you want to go hunting, sport shooting, targeting practice, or you need anything for home self-defense. Everything now is going to cost more because it's going to require more labor, more time, more everything to get that same box of ammunition. Sometimes you just might want to walk in and grab a couple hundred rounds of .22, go out the range and shoot. Now you got to wait. And if they've changed the cases or the boxes, then you don't know what it is because you can't see it. You've got to have them pull out different boxes. And then you're going to sit down there and try to figure out which one it is. I mean, I would assume many of us go into liquor stores and we'll pull a bottle of wine off the shelf. And we'll look at red wine, white wine, I don't care, whatever it is you like to drink, and compare a couple bottles. Maybe I like this, I feel like having a Cabernet, or maybe I like having a blend. But no, we can't do that anymore because now you got to get somebody to help you with that. Same analogy with ammunition. It makes no sense. It increases costs. It hurts businesses by increasing their labor overhead. And I haven't even got into the infringement on their Second Amendment and everything else that's in there. But just simple costs alone, we're going in the wrong direction. This building should be looking at ways to lower costs for businesses and consumers, not keep increasing them. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world of the minority. She took the debt-free Weld County Road 49 going to Denver. In my classroom, we have to figure out ways to get people's attention. So, got your attention. I still work for Highland School District, Alt Weld RE9, shout out to Highland. In Highland Elementary, we have hunter safety for 4th and 5th graders. Our 4th and 5th graders hear this story every year by the 80-year-old curmudgeonly CPW instructor. What is a gun? It's a tool. People use tools for all kinds of things. And he talks to the students about how guns are used for sport, for safety, for sustenance. It's a good conversation. And then he says, look at there on your desk. What is that? And inevitably, a student says, it's a pencil. And he says, that's also a tool. Me, 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 me. You. Thank you. Trying to get your attention. He looks at the pencil and he says, there's that tool. I could take that pencil, he's telling this to 4th and 5th graders, I could take that pencil and put it through your eye, straight to your brain and kill you in a second. And the 4th and 5th graders go, it's a tool. We need to learn how to use our tools safely. It's one of the first conversations they have, which is so important. In hunter safety, our 4th and 5th graders learn how to safely handle firearms, what to do if they come across a firearm that is unknown or not supposed to be handled, what to do to when their siblings come across a firearm and they're not trained. When I saw this bill, I believe it's coming from a well-intended place. I was a teacher in my first few years when Columbine happened. And I remember standing in the school office, watching the news reports, and with my fellow colleagues, being alarmed about what was happening. What is happening in this world? This was 50 miles from where I was teaching. There have been countless other, and we're looking for reasons. We're looking for answers. We're looking for someone or something to blame. And just like the CPW officer told our kids, you can use anything to hurt somebody. You can use anything to harm somebody. We are seeing news reports from all over the world saying that people are using knives, people are using frying pans, people are using cars and vans. I jokingly tell my husband I'm going to go after him with a rolling pin every once in a while. I think this is a misdirected. What's so funny? I think this is a misdirected intent. We really should be talking about mental health and the societal issue that really does need to be addressed. There are a lot of things that people use to hurt, harm, kill other people. Just yesterday, I read a story about a man who killed somebody else's baby, 18-month-old baby, with his hands. It's a societal issue. It's a mental health issue. Tools don't kill people. People use tools to hurt and harm, but this isn't an ammunition requirement. The bill, the requirement for the sale of firearms ammunition that's meant to prohibit people under 21 from getting ammunition isn't going to solve the issue of people using a tool to hurt others. I ask for you to thoughtfully consider what this means to small businesses. I hear other people queuing up their walk-on music too. So I'll let them take the wheel here in a minute. I urge a no vote because we are looking, as my colleague from Elizabeth said, we are looking for a solution to, we are looking for a problem to a solution with this bill. I believe it's well intended, but it's very misguided. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While that's going to be tough to follow from my good colleague who is a small town girl, I'm also I'm a rural girl from Eastern Plains. Farmers and ranchers utilize firearms on their farms and ranches as tools for a multitude of purposes. One such way that firearms are used on agricultural operations is for pest control. From small rifle and pistol rounds like 22 long rifle and 9mm to more conventional rifle rounds like 5.56 and shotgun shells, farmers and ranchers use these firearms and ammunition to manage pests like coyotes and raccoons. Pests can harm livestock, equipment, and facilities, and pets, and having effective tools to manage these pests is needed and paramount. Restricting the age of buying ammunition would harm young farmers and ranchers and limit effective and relatively cheap means of managing pests on their operations. This will hurt rural Colorado. This is where the urban-rural divide. We need to make sure we stand up and give the necessary tools so we can manage our food operations. I urge a no vote.
Representative Weinberg, I ask that you begin with a song.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, fellow colleagues, for indulging me for a minute. I'm not singing. No, I'm not singing. Appreciate you taking a second. I have a true concern with this bill. I truly respect the bill sponsors. And if you know anything about me, the multiple terms I've been in this building, I want to believe that you are doing the right thing. And I would never walk through those double doors and impugn you or insinuate that this wasn't truly what you think is going to make the world a better place. So I want to start with that. This bill, which restricts access to ammunition by requiring vendor assistance and imposes additional shipping regulations, I think is both unconstitutional and ineffective in addressing gun violence. The Second Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees the right to keep and bear arms. While courts have allowed some regulations on firearms, restricting access to ammunition is an indirect infringement on this right. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled in District of Columbia, Heller 2008, that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess firearms for lawful purposes, such as self-defense. Restricting ammunition sales, particularly to law-abiding adults under the age of 21 years old, effectively disarms
a segment of the population, making firearm ownership, in my opinion, meaningless. Furthermore, United States v. Miller, 1939, recognizes that weapons and their necessary accessories, including ammunition, are protected if they have a reasonable relationship to the preservation of efficiency of a militia. The government cannot prohibit an individual from exercising their right to self-defense by making ammunition arbitrarily difficult to purchase. Raising the minimum age to purchase ammunition to 21 is inconsistent with constitutional rights. I found in McDonald versus the City of Chicago, 2010, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that the Second Amendment applies to states via the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause. This means that states cannot arbitrarily deny lawful gun owners access to essential components of their firearms. The federal government already allows 18-year-olds to purchase rifles and shotguns, acknowledging that these individuals are adults. Additionally, individuals as young as 18 can serve in the military, vote, and be charged as adults in criminal cases. Yet this bill seeks to deny access to ammunition needed for self-defense or sporting purposes. This restriction does not align with how we treat our fundamental rights, such as free speech or voting. This bill interferes with the shipment of ammunition by imposing unnecessary regulations of labeling and notification. The Commerce Clause, Article 1, Section 8, grants Congress, not the states, the power to regulate interstate commerce, requiring written notice to deliveries while simultaneously prohibiting external labeling, and is contradictory and burdensome as a requirement and serves no legitimate public safety interest. It creates unnecessary red tape for businesses and could lead to federal preemption challenges. This bill is based on flawed assumption, in my opinion. Restricting ammunition access will not deter violent criminals. Criminals do not obtain ammunition legally. The vast majority of individuals who commit gun crimes do not purchase their firearms or ammunition through legal means. Studies from the Department of Justice show that criminals overwhelmingly obtain guns through illegal transactions, theft, or straw purchases. Restricting lawful purchases will not stop illegal activity. Ammunition restrictions do not prevent crime. There is no empirical evidence that limiting access to ammunition reduces gun violence. In fact, cities with strict gun and ammunition regulations, such as Chicago, or even recently in the news, Sweden, continue to experience high levels of violent crimes, proving that restrictive laws do not prevent criminal behavior. Law-abiding citizens, especially those in rural or high crime areas, rely on already access to ammunition for home defense. Artificially restricting sales to 21 plus makes it harder for young adults, particularly single, to defend themselves. We'll have to incur additional costs to comply with new requirements. Increased costs could drive legitimate businesses out of the market while doing nothing to reduce illegal sales. Being on my third year, my second term in this House, I've seen the cutting away of the business owners and the people that actually sell these items. I still believe this bill is unconstitutional because it infringes on the Second Amendment, imposes arbitrary age restrictions that violate equal protection, and interferes with interstate commerce. More importantly, It is ineffective at addressing gun violence because it only restricts law-abiding citizens while doing nothing to prevent criminals from obtaining ammunition. Instead of targeting ammunition access, we as lawmakers should focus on enforcing existing laws, prosecuting violent offenders, and addressing mental health issues, all of which has been proven time and time again to enhance public safety. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my arguments against this bill, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we have a late night like this, what are we, 7 hours into it, I like to think to the former representative from Akron that graced us with his presence today. And a couple years ago, he made a great comment, and he said, Colorado gun owners are not second-class citizens, and the Second Amendment is not a second-class right. And it's very poetic that he just happened to show up today, and first time I've seen him in a long time. And ironically, we're here having debates that much like he was having a couple years ago. So I have a couple of things to say about this bill and see where we're going to start at. Let's go ahead and start at age restriction and how it undermines young adults' rights. Page 3, if you're following along at home, lines 9 through 5. A retail ammunition vendor shall not sell ammunition to a person who's under 21 years of age. This one never really sat well with me when I first heard that this was a big crux of the bill, because like a lot of our members in here, before I was 21, I was doing a lot of things that a little bit different than just trying to purchase ammunition. I'm pretty sure I was in uniform, firing a lot of ammunition. And it's an important point that we need to consider and think about. Society long ago has determined that 18 is an age where you are a legal adult. And in few cases, we make exceptions to that, right? So, I mean, growing up in most states, when you were 18, you could buy tobacco, nicotine products. Colorado said, no, we're gonna up that age to 21, much like alcohol, and pretty much universally throughout the United States, 21's the age of alcohol. So we've decided that 18, you're not responsible enough. You can vote. You can vote for people. You can raise your right hand and swear, and you can go off to war. Now, when I was in Afghanistan, I think I was 21 years old. So I could have bought ammunition had this bill passed. However, most of the people the same rank as me were under 21. Many of them were 18, 19. As a matter of fact, one of my roommates in tech school after basic training, he was only 17 years old. He got emancipated. So at 17 years old, you can get emancipated from your parents and you can join the U.S. military. And within a few months after your training, you can be off to war. And so we put that kind of trust into our young people in this country. But in Colorado, what we're saying is we don't trust you to buy ammunition. Now I know there was an amendment earlier, and we made certain concessions to that. That doesn't change the fact that you need to get accurate with a firearm. You're 18 years old. You can move out on your own. You can vote. If you commit a crime, you can go to prison. So our society's instilled that kind of trust in our people, but Colorado is now saying we can't trust you to buy ammunition. It doesn't sit well with me. I think if we're gonna say 18, you're a legal adult and you can do all those things, you can go off to war, you can vote, you should be able to buy some ammunition to defend yourself, to hunt, to practice target shoot. Now, I know a lot of people would like to talk about target shooting and practicing and stuff. And that is important, and you need to be doing that when you're 18, 19. But I mean, the real purpose is to defend yourself, defend your life. And what we're telling our people here in Colorado is we're saying, when you're 18 years old, you can move out of your parents' home and you can go get your own place, but you can't defend yourself at your home. From the time you're 18 to just up until you turn 21, you can go live on your own. And if something were to happen, you can't defend yourself. That's what we're saying here. You're old enough to live on your own. You're not old enough to defend yourself. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. You can live on your own, but you can't defend yourself. So that's one of the issues I have with the bill. And for those, the millions listening at home, if you missed the beginning there and you're just now tuning in, that was page 3, lines 9 through 15. Moving on. Let's go about the economic burden on small businesses. And I think almost everybody came up here and talked about that. And the good representative from, I cannot remember that city. I think it starts with an L. Is it
Are we
is it
phoning a
Loveland?
friend? I think it's Loveland.
Is
I'm
it
just
Loveland?
hoping.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay. The good city from Loveland. I don't think he ever mentions it when he comes up here, so I was just getting clarification there. And he talked about this. Now, I have a lot of gun stores. I live in a very, very, let's call it conservative district. I think it's the second most conservative district in the entire state of Colorado. In my district, you have the Air Force Academy, a lot of 18-year-olds that live there, a lot of gun owners. You have Monument, you have Palmer Lake, you have Black Forest, and you have Falcon. And one of my very good friends who actually comes up here and testifies, unfortunately, against a lot of the bills that we're doing here. He's a gun store owner. And him and I sit down and we talk about the economic hardships that gun store owners face nowadays. And there's a lot, because every single year we are coming out with new regulations from this chamber here. And those economic burdens, those regulations are being put on our small businesses, our small business owners who own and operate gun stores, and they do it in good faith. And a lot of times when I talk to them, you know, I'll say, well, how are you doing? They'll say, I'm still trying to keep up with regulations you guys passed 2 sessions ago. I still haven't caught up. And now I hear that you're passing more regulations, and they're underwater. And this friend of mine that is in Falcon, Colorado, that owns a gun store, he's actually going out of business. He's going out of business. I heard an I word used. That may be. He's out of business now. He can't keep up. And that's unfortunate. A small business that we are losing here. The good news is I think he's going to work for one of the federal agencies, so he'll be around. The burden that this bill puts on those small businesses is the storage and the renovation costs. Now, when you go to certain big box stores, you walk in, you know, they've got big, large cabinets, the ammunition's locked up. And your small business stores, they don't have that. Most of them have those glass cases that you see in like pawn shops, and they have them stacked up there, or they have them back on the shelf. A lot of these gun stores are very small, and they don't have the room to store this ammunition. And now, if this bill passes, what we're telling them, you may have been in business for 20 years. You may have stored your ammunition like this for 20 years, but now you can't. Now you need to spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to renovate your small business because of this law right here. We're going to put thousands of dollars of burdens on already struggling small businesses to come in compliance with this bill. That's unacceptable. And just because it's a gun store doesn't make it okay. So that's a concern. And I'm not sure if I said this at the beginning here, but that provision within the law, if you turn to page 3 and you look from lines 1 through 8, It starts with a retail ammunition vendor shall not sell, offer for sale, or display for sale or transfer ammunition in a manner that allows the ammunition to be accessible to a purchaser or transferee without the assistance of the vendor or an employee of the vendor. And, I just reading that out loud, because I think that's important for us to do, to read it out loud. And I appreciate the minority leader had it read out loud earlier. And I didn't catch this when it was being read out loud. It talks about the accessibility. That's interesting. We're having an accessibility issue, actually, now that I think about it, in El Paso County, because people are stealing cars and driving them through the fronts of storefronts. And I don't know if a better case and hiding the visually is actually going to change anything about that when they just crash right through the store, but that's what it does. Moving on. Now, if you want a citation for this next point, it's pretty much the whole bill. So just go ahead and reference page 1 to page 5. The impact on law-abiding citizens and not criminals. This is the crux of the issue. This is the crux of pretty much every issue that we discuss in this chamber, right? Impact on the law-abiding citizens and not the criminals. Because when you do ammunition restrictions, when you pass those, you're putting the restrictions on the legal sellers of the ammunition, but you're putting the restrictions on the people who also then have to go and purchase it. And just to kind of bring it full circle, if a small gun store has to spend thousands of dollars to renovate their cabinets and their storage and everything like that, they've got to recover those costs. How do they recover those costs? By just selling the ammunition at the same exact price that they sold it before, at an already slim profit margin. So what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to raise their prices to make up for the loss just to come in compliance with this law. That's what they're going to have to do. And so who does that hurt? That hurts the law-abiding person that's going to that store and legally buying the ammunition. That 18 to 21-year-old recoup the costs. Now it's people who are older than 21 going to buy the ammo, because now they have to pay extra for this ammunition in order to come in in order to help the small business make up for it. So the costs are shared all the way around. And that's something we need to consider, because these laws, they're always affecting the law abiding, because the criminal who's buying the illegal gun off the street, they're buying that gun with ammunition. Like, let's be real about this. That gun's probably already loaded when they buy it. You are not affecting them. You're affecting the people who are doing the right thing, and they are legally purchasing it, bypassing. The criminals will bypass these laws. And just to reference that again, that is pages 1 through 5. And then we can talk about just the infringement overall on the Second Amendment right. This is a very important one as well. The Second Amendment, it talks about firearms, right? Your right to keep and bear arms. But what is an arm, a firearm? What is an arm without ammunition? Nowadays, it'd be metal. But what is it without the ammunition? So when we say this is a Second Amendment right, this is Second Amendment right, that doesn't just apply to the firearms themselves. That applies to the ammunition as well. Now, I talked earlier about age limits and the right to vote and do things like that. You know, we set for age limits, we set marijuana at 21, we set alcohol at 21, we set nicotine at 20. Okay, I mean, we'll probably have some disagreements about that. However, here's what we don't have a disagreement about, I'm sure, is that you don't have a constitutional right to drink alcohol. I don't see it in the Constitution. Representative from El Paso County, have you ever seen alcohol in the Constitution? He's got his pocket Constitution. He does not see it. Okay. You do not have a constitutional right to smoke marijuana at 18 or 21 or whatever. This is the one situation that I can think of where we're talking about restricting age, where you do have that constitutional right. So it is different from when we talk about, well, we restrict marijuana to 21, we restrict alcohol to 21, we restrict nicotine to 21. Why can't we restrict ammo purchases? Again, the Second Amendment covers the ammunition, because what good is the firearm without the ammunition? So of course the ammunition applies to the Second Amendment, and you have a constitutional right to have that not infringed. So therefore that ammo falls under the Second Amendment. You're 18 years old. We've already talked about the economic burdens on small businesses, and for those just now tuning in, that was pages 3, lines 1 through 8. But now what I want to talk about is delivery. So there are restrictions on this for not just the storage of it at the store that we talked about earlier, like my friend who has a store in Falcon had a store that is going out of business now, in part because of laws that come from this chamber right here. There's a delivery aspect to it. So if you're following along at home, page 3, lines 27, lines 20 through 27. A retail ammunition vendor delivering a package containing ammunition to a retail ammunition deliverer for purposes of transport. And then it lists out, shall give written notice to the retail ammunition deliverer, shall not label, tag, or otherwise mark the outside of the package. And if you're following along, you flip over to page 4, lines 1 through 16. Continuing, a retail ammunition vendor who violates this subsection commits unlawful notification involving an ammunition package. Unlawful notification involving an ammunition package is a class 1 misdemeanor. All right, so now we got to the crimes there. The point that I'm getting here is not only are we putting new restrictions on our actual stores, now we're putting restrictions on delivery. Now, whenever you're doing restrictions on the delivery side of it, you're now increasing the cost as well, an unintended consequence. So you're now just driving up the cost. So you can't make it to the store. And this is an important point here, because we have a lot of Western Slope members here in our caucus, and we have a lot of people from rural areas, and a lot of them rely on deliveries. They rely on delivery of ammunition. And now what we're doing is we're creating more regulations and burdens on them that will drive up the cost to have that ammunition delivered. I will say, for those following along in the chamber here and at home, on page 4, line 22, there's definition. Retail ammunition deliverer. So if you do not have the bill in front of you, I'll go ahead and read this part to you. Retail ammunition deliverer means an entity that delivers, comma, by motor vehicle, comma, ammunition sold at retail to the purchaser at a location in the state. This bill specifically, I just might get in the drone ammunition delivery business after this, because it only applies to motor vehicles, apparently. I don't know, maybe certain delivery companies might start delivering ammunition by drones, pigeons. And that way we can get around this bill, because on page 4, line 23, it specifically says by motor vehicle. So that's a great idea, pigeon delivery system, and then we can actually get around this. And I hope the training of the pigeons does not drive up the cost of the ammunition to deliver it.
This is escalating very quickly.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear that.
I said, this is escalating very quickly. Do you
Hey,
want
ma'am.
to talk? You ready? You want to get back
This
with
is
it?
to the bill.
Okay,
I cited the
okay.
page and line number, ma'am. Thank you. Privacy concerns with delivery requirements. I may be wrong about this. I haven't bought ammunition in a while because I like to keep thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds on hand at any given time. So I'm embarrassed to say I haven't purchased ammunition in a little while, but if I understand, you can walk in with cash and purchase it. With this new delivery side of it, you're having to have somebody come to your house. You have to show them your ID, then you have to sign for it. I don't know where that information goes. It may be the bill, and I apologize if it is in the bill and I overlooked it, but I don't know where that information goes. If you have ammunition delivered to you and you have to sign a piece of paper or sign something digital that says that you are of age and you are accepting that, where does that go? Does the vendor keep that? Is there now a database of people who purchased ammunition and how much ammunition you purchased? I think it's a fair question. And I don't see it in here where it addresses that, where that information goes. Do the vendors have it? Does it go to the state government? I don't know. And last but not least, for now, I will, as I'm wrapping up my comments here, what I would like to say is that there are 22 members here. We represent about 1.9 million people, about around 90,000 each. I haven't done the math. I'm not a math teacher like my other better counterpart from El Paso County. We represent about almost 2 million people here. And I can tell you that this issue right here, this Second Amendment, this restrictions on ammunition, delivery fees, driving up the burdens, this is a very real and big issue that our constituents sent us here to talk about and to worry about. We represent 2 million people here in Colorado with a population of around 6 million. So I hope you've learned something from this time I've spent up here talking, and just understand that this is important to our people, and it's not being done in vain. Like, they care about this, and they want us to be down here, and they want us to talk about it, and they want us to go through these bills like I did and cite certain areas. And so with that, I will see you later. Thank you.
Representative Brown. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Let's just be honest about what this is. This is a de facto registration system. To tell, I mean, if you say how much ammunition you need, how much you have, what type of firearm it is, it's a de facto registration system. Now, if we look at history, I like to think in terms of history being a warning from the future. And if we learn from history, we'd look at history and we'd say, gun registrations precede genocide by about 10 years. Now, is that the intent of the bill? I doubt it. But if you look at history, the people in this room don't really matter. None of us will be here in 10 years. If a law can be weaponized against you, it will be weaponized against you, and this law can and will be weaponized against the citizens of Colorado. As evidenced by the last bill that we just did, we spent 5 to 6 hours listening to legislators who are willing to deprive of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
Could you get to the bill?
That's the problem with a registration system. So when we look at why we have I'm not a fan of genocide. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men and deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So one thing that we definitely forget, well, I try not to, that what we're called to this room to represent the government does not have rights. And the feudal governments. Now, feudalism would be the type of government that where individuals don't own property, the abolition of private property, something else that this body is trying to create.
Representative DeGraff, could we bring it to House Bill 1133?
Sure. So what we have is we have a system, and it is very specific, because if we just look at our Constitution, and this is a Constitution, if you ever have a chance to take a class from Mike Collar, I highly recommend it. The people have the right to own and carry firearms. We call this the Second Amendment. Call this the Second Amendment. It may not be violated because a well-equipped militia is necessary for a state to remain secure and free. So then people say, well, we don't need a militia anymore because we have the National Guard, but we do have a militia, and the militia is very specific. The militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males, at least 17 years of age, except provided in Section 313 of Title 32, under 45 years of age, who have made a declaration of intent to become citizens of the United States, and the female citizens of the United States who are members of the National Guard. The organized militia, which consists of the National Guard and the Naval Militia, the unorganized militia, which consists of the members of the militia who are not members of the National Guard or the Naval Reserve. So who is that? The members of the National Guard who are not members of the National Guard or Naval Militia, who are between the. So that's who we're talking about as for our militia. So age 17, they're expected to be in a militia. They are. And now when we look at this and it says, and may not be violated because a well-equipped militia is necessary for a state to remain secure and free. So let's call the fifth that because after that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed, powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and install a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be government that no longer recognizes the right of the citizens to life, liberty, and property, and that their deprivation should not occur except with due process of the law, except for the previous 5 or 6 hours, that is that's why we have a Second Amendment. And that is why all of these issues are fought so vehemently. These are not just lightly penned words. These words were penned with great study of the Mediterranean, Middle East primarily, Roman, which would be Mediterranean, all great empires that preceded Europe. So these words were not written lightly in terms of being able to stand up to tyranny. So the Second Amendment, the purpose of the Second Amendment is to resist tyranny. Tyranny being the deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, and that would be by criminals either common or elected. And I think if you look at the history, the history of our Second Amendment, the largest form of criminals that the founders were concerned with were those that are elected. So this is a de facto registration. You have to register, you have to show your ID, you have to give your identification papers. Let me see your papers. That's going to be recorded along with how much ammunition you bought, what type of ammunition you bought, when you bought that ammunition. All that goes to a database. All those data centers that we're all excited about having, that's where all this information goes. The surveillance state. So 17 to 45 is the militia, the unorganized militia or the organized militia. Now, if we have, so if we are to remain free, as our founders taught, then we need a militia. That's what history taught. That's what history teaches. We need to have citizens that are armed in order to remain free. Now, it is not a safe world out there. In the Congo, 70 Christians.
Representative DeGraff, can we bring it back to the bill?
The difference between the Congo and here would be Second Amendment. And these type of rules, as perhaps benign as they might sound, thinking, oh, it's just ammunition. It's just a registration for ammunition. It's just a registration for your firearms. How often do you shoot which firearm? There's no shortage of criminals in the world. We keep the common criminals at bay with the Second Amendment, and we also keep the elected criminals at bay with the Second Amendment. And the elected criminals are the ones that you really need to worry about when you're dealing with the de facto gun registration. Because what does history show about gun registrations by tyrannical governments? Does a tyrannical government allow its citizens to remain armed? Certainly does not. So for all the people that think our current president, Donald J. Trump, is a impending tyrant, I think the defense of the Second Amendment would be opposite proof of that. So it's just ammunition. It's not just ammunition because the firearm is useless, and the ammunition is essential to the firearm to actually be a firearm. So we don't live in a safe world, as evidenced by the 70 Christians that we've lost. But if you do not live in a safe world, if you have an issue with a lack of what we have is a lack of issue. We have a lack of respect for life, liberty, and property. Because all of these reasonable gun laws that keep piling out one on top of another, oh, it's just a reasonable gun law. It's just a reasonable gun law. It's just a reasonable gun law. And they don't work. That they don't work is not indication that we need another reasonable gun law. We're worried about mental health issues, as evidenced by the majority in this state, but we spend $500 million, $500 million on mental health issues. Of course, we don't ask whether they're doing any good, we just spend more money. The infringements don't work, so you need to do something else, and the infringements are unconstitutional. So what we have to do is we have to think outside the box a little bit. The only time whenever there's gun violence, whenever there's violence, utilizing the tool, which happens to be a gun, or it could be a pencil, it could be stones. All of those tools were used at one time. Cain and Abel, stone. So the infringements don't work. And the infringements are unconstitutional. So maybe we need to step back and go, okay, what is the real problem? Why do we have a culture that has no respect for life? Why do we have a culture that has no respect for property? Why do we have a culture that does not respect the liberty of others? I think the answer is pretty
DeGraff,
obvious.
Can we bring it back to the bill here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, again, is an infringement on the Second Amendment rights because that the individual present an identification in order to purchase, in order to accept delivery, which means that they are required to have an identification. Now, perhaps my colleague would want to speak on this, but I've been told repeatedly that asking for an identification puts me in a certain category of people.
Representative DeGraff, could we refocus on Amendment L022?
Okay, so L022, the sponsor struck it down, wants to strike it down because it's imperative that there's an identification presented. An identification is the registration, in fact, of who is purchasing the fire, or who is purchasing the fire in the firearm. So you're required to enter yourself into a database of the state in order to purchase the fire of a firearm. That is a gun registration. That's all I'm pointing out. My previous point was that this is a de facto gun registration. The sponsor of the bill confirmed that this is a gun registration. Now, when we look at this, wholesale or delivery of ammunition sold at wholesale and substitute wholesale, it's just making it a little bit easier. Why the whole delivery? You're doing it at wholesale. But that's not the issue. The issue is the gun registration. Registering the fire and a firearm is the same as a gun registration. And I appreciate the sponsor clarifying that. So, and I'll leave this up to my colleagues.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L022? Oh. We'll go into a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. So in reading this amendment and reading the bill, it's interesting to me that the crime associated, that there's a crime in this section, right? Say that it's a class 1 misdemeanor for those sellers of ammunition in stores, it's a civil infraction first. And so I just wonder if maybe the bill sponsors can help me understand why the disparate treatment between those people who are a delivery driver, a FedEx guy or a UPS guy, why they would be subject to a class 1 misdemeanor off, whereas the folks who actually are business to sell ammunition are only subject.
Their identification to receive these ammo deliveries. It kind of really disenfranchises the people that a lot of people say that aren't smart enough to get IDs. Why would you require? So I just think this is kind of yeah, it is. It is kind of racist to require an ID to take delivery of ammunition. So that's a little touch that I want to put as well.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L022? The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L022. The decision has been, all those member not entitled to vote, please be seated. All Amendment L22, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. May be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L022 is lost to the bill. Is there further discussion? Oop. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to run through and ask that it properly be displayed.
Oh, could you move that Minority, or Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you. I thought I did. I would like to move amendment L019 to House Bill 1133 and ask it to be properly displayed. Aye.
Look it up there.
Okay, colleagues,
To the amendment.
thank you. But based on things that the issue is inherently something that you're all dealing with in this state, this amendment would exempt every House district of the full semi-caucus. I think this is a reasonable ask. We talk about it all the time in this building about the rural-urban divide. We talk about how, sometimes we feel we're legislated upon, and this is one time you can bridge the rural-urban divide and you can exempt our House districts. Here's the deal. Just like we were saying, we respect the fact you have to come here and legislate for your people, and I think that in reciprocation, we could respect the fact that the people that in these House districts obviously voted to put my colleagues in these seats, which means they would probably, for the majority, agree with this amendment. And I mean, I don't want to speak for my caucus, but if you pass this amendment, we might be able to get home to see our kids at a decent time this evening. No, like on a serious note, these people in these districts sent us here to do a job. I think this amendment would solve a lot of problems. If we could exempt our House districts from this piece of legislation, allow us to keep purchasing our ammunition the way we do now, would solve a lot of problems in this legislation for us. I urge an aye vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Representative for House District 14, we would like to be exempt from this law, and we really do appreciate the bill sponsors for considering that. The people of House District 14 are so appreciative of your consideration, and we urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Armacost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the people of House District 64 would also like a yes vote on this amendment because we in House District 64 want to be exempt from this bill as well.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it is important to not vote or not impose rules, laws that don't need to be. And I understand my blue colleagues representing the mental health issues in their district, but we don't really have those in the red districts as evidenced by our representation. So I think this is an excellent opportunity to really just say, hey, you know what? Coloradans are not a monolith. Coloradans are not a monolith. We're not all as, we don't have the same issues. We don't have the same lack of respect for life, liberty, or property that we find in other parts of the state. So this would be a great way to emphasize that, to recognize that. And instead of imposing the frailties of blue districts, that we would recognize instead the strengths of the red districts.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the City of Loveland, House District 51 is in full approval of this amendment, and we would ask you to vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House District 21 would be thrilled to have a little break on ammunition. Thank you so much.
Representative Bottoms.
To speak on behalf of House District 15, but I would like to speak it a little differently. I believe that the 19-year-old females in my district have the right to protect themselves. Any district that wants to come up and say that the 19-year-old females in your district does not, you're welcome to say that. But House District 15, they have the right to protect themselves, and we want to make sure that we fight for that. This is also something that's going to, it's much like the bill we passed last year where they have to wait 3 days before they can get a firearm. And we've shown over and over that there's been attacks, assaults, and rapes during that 3 days. And this will be the same thing.
You can carry the ammunition around, but you can't go in and buy it. You can't actually go in and buy the ammunition to go in the firearm to defend yourself against rapists and people that are going to assault you. So for District 15, I want to be able
Tia Sanders.
Thank you. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and hurt you. Got you. Another earworm for you. I am speaking on behalf of District 65, and I encourage an aye vote on this amendment. We are here to speak for our constituents, and I encourage people to think about how this allows for exemptions for those of us who are representing our districts that would not love to see this bill pass. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing, Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you saw me. Yes, I also stand here representing my House District 48, and we approve this amendment. Great amendment to bring forward and be able to represent our individual districts, and I do believe this is a good amendment. And I am Carlos Barron, and I approve this message.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also urge an aye vote. House District 19 definitely deserves the right to protect themselves, and this is a great amendment. Vote yes.
Colleagues, I just ask at this later night in the afternoon and / early evening, if you could just take the conversation to the side. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great amendment. House District 56 would certainly like to be opted out. This body has a long history of recognizing various communities of interest. In fact, the legislation that enabled districting forced us to look at differing communities of interest. We want to go back further. 151 years ago, the 13th of February, Elbert County was formed out of Douglas County. And at that time, Elbert County ran all the way, my home county, by the way, wonderful place, you should visit, stretched all the way from the eastern Douglas County line to Kansas. Several years later, the state and this body recognized that even that was not a cohesive grouping of people and broke it into Lincoln, Cheyenne, and Kit Carson after that. So we do have a long history in this chamber of recognizing different areas of the state as having different interests and acting on that. So please, I do ask you and urge you to vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, on behalf of House District 54, Delta and Mesa counties, I just want to say we fully support this amendment. The purchase of ammunition or the sale thereof certainly has never been a problem for House District 54. We love being able to buy ammunition. We love being able to sport shoot, hunt, protect our loved ones, and the ability to continue to do that as the law currently stands is super important. So we fully support this. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a joy to serve with you.
It is a joy to serve with you.
House District 63 firmly supports this amendment. We have 65 House districts in Colorado, all with different needs. We are tired of a one-size-fits-all approach. We are all elected respectively by our different districts with different messages, and this will set the precedence and the need that we need to see. Urban and rural are different. Our voices are different. Our constituents' needs are different. Please let this be a thing that we respect the needs that our districts have elected us to. House District 63 needs this protection. I already came up here once talking about the need for agriculture to be able to protect, defend our livestock. our equipment, our young farmers and ranchers. We need the ability to protect in rural areas where we have less populations, more land mass, and we are the first defense when anything happens. Please support the right of not one size fits all, but the respect that we all are here respectively by our own constituents, and we need to be a voice for them. And please help bridge that urban-rural divide. Vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Kelty.
Now, this is an amendment I can get behind, and so can my district. Actually, I think an amendment like this should be put on almost every bill that passes through this house. Let me tell you, I would get behind it every single time, because the takeaway of rights, you can do that in your district, but in my district, I firmly believe that especially my 18 to 20-year-olds are smart enough, strong enough to purchase their own ammunition to be able to protect their families, actually whatever they need to in their lives, because they protect it with their Second Amendment. So I firmly support this amendment because it actually says you guys can do whatever you want in your districts. You go right ahead. But our districts, let us represent and do what we need to do for our districts. And I vote yes on this. Thank you very much.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad that I outlasted Chairman Lindstedt. He's kind of tough. I represent House District 58, 8 counties. This will probably get me voted out if this amendment is selected, and I support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. House District 20 is on this amendment, and we want to be exempted from it. House District 20, the greatest district on this amendment, and in the state of Colorado. As I said earlier, we're struggling already. We're struggling. Our stores are struggling. Our people are struggling. This helps it. Thank you very much.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to represent all the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that are blowing me up right now on social media and on my phone saying, this is amazing. In Castle Rock, in District 45 in Douglas County, we would love to be exempted from this. Pretty please. So please rise up and stand and say yes. Say yes to Castle Rock, District 45 being of this amendment. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that this amendment is a good bipartisan compromise. Get to keep it. That seems like a really good bipartisan compromise. And so for the people of House District 60, I too rise in support of this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
They vote in favor of this. House District 39, the best district in the state of Colorado, which represents rural and urban portions of Douglas County, where the farmers like their guns and the housewives like their guns. We would like to be exempt from this unnecessary and unconstitutional. You've been forewarned. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and thank you. So House District 44 absolutely stands in support of this amendment. We have large sporting goods and gun stores. We have small sporting goods and gun stores. We have independent owners, and we would love they can keep business at a reasonable price to help the people and the constituents in House District 44 who like to go there to buy their ammunition. So vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ran this amendment, I didn't speak for my district, but House District 47 would be appreciative of this amendment. We believe in being able to defend
You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L19 is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1133? Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L020 to HB 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Woog, you have to move whatever you're planning on doing.
I'm sorry. So this amendment grandfathers in retail ammunition vendors that were operating on the effective date of the bill. This bill is going to create some issues with current retail ammunition vendors. They're going to have to put some money into their business to. So would love a yes vote on this that will protect current vendors.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I think about this all these types of legislation that we get crammed down the throats of Coloradans, I often think of it's to paraphrase Carl Jung, so it's nothing I came up with on my own, but I can wait. Sorry, my
Members in the
colleagues.
chamber, if you are not taking part in the discussion, please take your discussions to the side. Thank you.
Don't make me sing.
To the amendment.
To the amendment. If the outcome is evident, the intent is inferred. The outcome of this bill is putting the evident outcome of this bill that it will put retailers out of business. We already have retailers telling us it's going to put them out of business. So if we go into this legislation knowing that it's going to put retailers out of business,
Members, I know we're still late in the evening, but if you can keep your conversations down or move them to the side, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. To the amendment.
so we know going in that this bill, to the people of Colorado, the intent of this bill is to put businesses out of business. We've already talked about that. I don't know why. I'm not speaking to motive. I'm not saying why the sponsors want to put these ammunition dealers out of business. I'm just saying that that is the obvious intent. And when the outcome is obvious, the intent is inferred. So I think it's safe to say that this is an attack on business. Again, I don't know why. I don't know why we would be attacking business, just that we are. We are. I mean, when I say we, I mean you. Mr. Chair, my colleagues need to get themselves under control. So I would appreciate it for the sake of businesses in Colorado that you don't make legislation that attacks the livelihood of citizens in Colorado. And if you're going to attack the livelihood and citizens in Colorado, do it in your own districts. If they're going to vote for that kind of nonsense, let them have it. Don't impose it on everybody else. All of our districts, we can absorb all of the business that needs to come out of your districts, and we'll be just fine. So again, it's pretty obvious the intent of this bill is to put these businesses out of business. That's an attack on the livelihood of Coloradans. I think it's wrong. I think it's immoral, and this gun registration just gets worse and worse.
Representative Caldwell. And this is just a third reminder in the last few minutes. Colleagues, please, to get out of here quickly, please take the conversations to the side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Mr. Chair. It's late, I'm sorry. I rise in support of this amendment. This is good for House District 20. Now, if you recall, if you were listening in a couple hours ago, I talked about renovation costs, and I talked about how expensive it is for small businesses, small gun stores, who are literally, some of them are closing their doors in my district. How expensive it is for them to have to renovate to come into compliance with this law. And what this bill does essentially is a grandfather clause or grandmother clause, whatever you want to call it, to give our small businesses some leniency here. And
1 second, Representative Caldwell.
Yes, sir.
Members, take it off the floor. You know better. Continue, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Lines 1 through 8, which talks about the renovation cost that's being forced. This is good for House District 20. I hope everybody votes for it because this will seriously hurt small businesses, small gun stores who are already in existence. At least give them a break. If you're going to pass this bill anyways, at least give the people who are already in business a break. I'm telling you, they need it right now. Thank you very much.
Is there any Representative Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in favor of this amendment. House District 48 has many small ammo stores and gun stores in my district, and this would really help out them to be grandfathered in, to not have to remodel their small shops and have to do everything that needs to do to be in compliance with this bill. So this is just another step forward that would really help out my district and many other districts in the state. I honestly believe that this is not really going to help out new businesses coming in. It'll probably prevent them from coming in, but at least we will not be killing some of the businesses that we already have open. I believe this is a great amendment, and well, yes, please.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the place that I live, I have 2 gun stores, family gun stores. If this amendment doesn't pass, you're going to put both of them out of business. You're going to force the citizens of Colorado in the southwest corner, you're going to force them to go to Farmington, New Mexico to buy their ammo. Please, for the sake of it, for the people where I live, would you please pass this amendment? Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be frank, I'm not satisfied with this particular amendment. I will support it as an interim measure. This bill and this section is very micromanaging, and it does not understand the nature of business and business owners, especially in a space that is being regulated more and more, and actually regulated business. Small gun shops, like the ones in my district, cannot afford to see ammunition walk out the door. They also can't afford to have criminal or civil infractions brought against them. And so to have this section generally to dictate to them how they must arrange their store to ensure that a particular population either doesn't steal that or access it in a way that this body determines they shouldn't, is micromanaging to too great of an extent. And so while I would say we should strike this whole thing as applied to everyone, not just grandfather in those businesses that currently exist, it's at least a step in the right direction. And so I rise in support. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to sing. I rise in support of this amendment as well. I've got big commercial gun dealers in my district, but then I have some small mom and pop shops in Franktown, and they don't deserve to have to be regulated to this. They will close. And with us being the 6th most regulated state, and with 12,000 small businesses closing in the last year, this amendment will really help keep them sustained and open. So I rise in support for the dealers in my district, both rural and urban. Strong support of this amendment. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L20? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment L20 to House Bill 1133. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative or Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in my House district, I have Trinidad State College. They're a gunsmithing school. Young adults. And I'm sure that there are adults that are 18 to 21 that go to this school. That's their career path. That's what they're going to do for a living. And if you're going to be manufacturing and making firearms in gunsmithing school, you're going to have to be able to go test those firearms. That's what we do. You build a rifle, you test the firearm. You work on a pistol, you test the firearm. If this bill passes, they won't have that ability to test their firearms. So they're going to spend all this money at this school for an education, and they're not even going to be able to fully take advantage of the education they get. And there's another gunsmithing school in another state. So you can only imagine that once this bill passes, or if this bill passes, that my local district will take a hit. It will not only take money out of my college in my hometown, it'll take money from the economy, which will be a double whammy. So we've taken oil and gas out of my community, we've taken coal out of my community, and now we're going to take money via tuition and tax dollars out of my community. The students are going to want to go to another gunsmith school out of state. And that makes it really hard for me. I know that we're debating this bill, something I thought of, and I would, just like to make that notice that as my districts take more and more of a beating of legislation passed out of this building, it would be a shame if my local college wasn't able to offer the gunsmithing school that they have. Actually, the #1 gunsmithing school in the nation. And we could lose a lot of local revenue. It will definitely affect everything about my community. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you weren't rickrolled before, Sweet Caroline, bum, bum, bum. It's good times here in the well. To the bill. I move L015 to HB 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Please display L. One second. L15 has been properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everyone's attention. This amendment requires the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to study the efficacy of the bill and require this to be added to the report. If the legislature does not act, it is repealed June 30th, 2028.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L15 fails. To the bill, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L044 to House Bill 1133.
That is a proper motion.
I ask that it be properly displayed. No, it's proper.
Please continue.
Alrighty, thank you. Folks, this amendment actually refers to something that I spoke to during my first time up here just to talk to the bill in general. The penalties that were assessed to folks that are just doing their job and may not know that they are in violation. It says here that the penalties don't apply to those that are delivering retail ammunition and don't know that it's retail ammunition. Quite a bit of shooting myself. The folks in my district get a lot of bulk deliveries. It's the easiest way to get ammo, and every one of those deliveries comes with a 27-cent delivery fee from UPS, DHL, others that may not actually know. And it's just not fair to penalize somebody that probably will not know and doesn't pay attention to what they're delivering. Their job is to get the package to the right person at the right time. So I do urge approval of this amendment. Thank you.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for the collaboration and conversation on this amendment, and we do accept it, so I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L44 to House Bill 1133. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L44 passes. Representative Caldwell, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L043 to House Bill 1133, and I ask that it be properly displayed.
Would you like to move that? Is that right, Representative Caldwell?
Yes, I would like to move I move L043 of House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And Amendment L43 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this is a very this amendment makes sense here, and it applies that it says that it does not apply to rimfire ammunition. So for many of those who maybe aren't gun enthusiasts like myself and some others, rimfire ammunition very commonly, it applies to a few different calibers, but the most common caliber that it applies to is a 22 long rifle caliber. And so if you're unfamiliar with the 22 caliber, it is your most common target practicing round, I think, that there is. I mean, you can literally buy a bucket of bullets, which is what I used to buy as a kid, bucket of bullets, and you get hundreds and hundreds of rounds that you can train and practice with. And I think it would be a 14 to 21-year-old to be able to train with this kind of ammunition. And yeah, I support it.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also appreciate the collaboration on this amendment as well, and we urge a yay vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 43? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L43 to House Bill 1133. Those all in favor say aye. Those all opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L43 passes. To the bill, Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you saw me this time. Thank you. I move L041 to HB 133 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
That is a proper motion. to the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment that I'm moving here, it exempts small businesses which are defined as businesses that have less than 2,000 square feet of retail space. I believe this amendment is going to be good for the small businesses and prevent them from having to remodel a small area to abide by this new bill if passed. It's another good step. Like I said, these little amendments are good steps forward to make this bill less bad. But I urge and I vote on this amendment, please.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a number of my colleagues get up here a little bit earlier and talk about just this bill from a business standpoint. It's the one piece that in the beginning when I spoke, I neglected to talk about it from a business standpoint. And that's something I would like to make sure to do now because it's applicable directly to this amendment. We are really hurting small businesses in Colorado. Colorado is, you're going to hear me, broken record on this, and I'll apologize and then say that I don't really mean it. Colorado is the 6th most regulated state in the country. 6. That means there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's quick for me to get there. That are more regulated than Colorado. We are single-handedly strangling the life out of small business in Colorado. Cornerstone, Colorado economy. We need to protect small business in Colorado. This also helps because when you think about what a business is going to have to do, take that ammo, move it behind a counter, that's going to be a very expensive venture. There may be plenty of places that are less than 2,000 square feet that simply would not be able to afford to comply with this. We don't want to be putting other people, even the bill sponsors, I'm sure their intention is not necessarily to put people out of business. We don't want to put people out of business, right? Mom and pop shops. I got those in my district. Mom and pop firearm shops. They sell ammunition, having to move that from one place to behind the counter, not allow for perusing of ammunition. Just quickly, and I will make my point here quickly. You know, I've done some big game hunting. More often than not, I call it elk hiking more than elk hunting, just because my record is pretty poor with it. But you know, when I am looking for ammunition for say a deer rifle or an elk rifle, there is a vast number of different boxes of ammo that I can look at. Even within, let's say, a 30-06, right? 30-06 caliber. I can be looking at different grains of bullets. I could be looking at nozzlers. I could be looking at all sorts of different boxes of ammunition. And if I'm target shooting, it's one box. If I'm deer hunting, it's another box. If I want to go elk hunting, it's going to be another box. It's very specific. I don't know that if you're not a regular shooter, that you understand how many variations of ammunition there could be for one caliber for a hunting rifle. Moving all of that behind a counter is onerous. That's a big ask. It's a big, expensive ask for small businesses. Again, I do not believe that the intent of this bill is to put people out of business. Let's protect small business in Colorado, please. I would urge a yes vote for this amendment.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment. Ammunition theft happens in large and small businesses, and further, the exemption would allow ammunition vending machines at businesses across the state. We urge a vote, a no vote, please.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Like I had mentioned earlier, I have businesses in my district that are large. They might be able to absorb some of this, but that cost will get passed on to the consumers. But I have a couple of small businesses that I have walked into that would fit into this category of 2,000 feet. It's huge to them. We are going to ask them, we're not asking, we're mandating. This bill will mandate that they change how they do their business, how they structure their store. They're going to have to do more capital outlay. And who's going to pay for that? Aside from the business up front, it will get passed along to the consumers. We continually raise the price to consumers in everything we do in this chamber. That's the wrong direction. We should be bringing things down. This amendment is great for these small businesses that have the little shops. They're usually just a single owner shop, small little business doing the American dream. And now we're going to tack on with this bill additional costs for them to comply. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further Amendment L41? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L41 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L41 fails. Representative Stukla to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L026 to HB 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. L26 is properly displayed to the amendment.
If you won't give us 2,000 feet, give us 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet for our constituents. This exempts small businesses, which are defined as businesses that are less than 1,000 square feet of retail space. Anyway, talking auctioneer stuff over here. This is so important to the constituents of Western Colorado. This is so important to keep our kids where they can still shoot, where we can, our businesses where they are still viable, so they don't move away and leave. They told me our small gun businesses, the two that we have in our town, said that they are going to have to close their doors down, and you will leave us no place to buy our ammo. And one last plea. We have the Ute Mountain Ute tribe where I live, and they have 18-year-olds, and they have 19-year-olds, and they have kids that hunt where I live. They actually have special hunting rights where they hunt the whole San Juan Forest, which is 1.2 million acres, one of the largest forests in the state of Colorado. Please accept this motion and vote yes. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
I rise in support of this motion. If these small gun shops close down, especially in rural Colorado, that's going to be a big deal, especially in my district, because if the gun stores in my district close down because they can't afford to be able to lock up the ammunition, I'm going to have to literally come back next year or even tonight, come up with an amendment that you guys give me an appropriation to take care of the highways for all the people that are going to be driving to the neighboring states right outside of my district. It'd probably be cheaper just to do that. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of this amendment mainly because the people who own these small gun stores are the same people who give to your kids' soccer teams, baseball teams. They're the ones who help support the communities. You're literally shutting them down, and they are huge contributors to our community. They're legal in everything that they do. There's nothing that they're doing wrong. They need to at least have some sort of relief. If you're going after the big guys, leave the little guys alone. They're the ones who actually support the very teams that many of your children and grandchildren play on. And if you take the money away out of their pockets, they won't have any of that money to be able to support the kids. So honestly, just give a little. I'm asking that, please. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't believe Colorado, the former free state of Colorado, is reduced to begging to keep in business 1,000 square feet. So we know that this bill is intended to put these gun stores out of business, and now even the 1,000 square feet are not safe. 1,000 square feet, that's about 32 by 32. So probably about the length of this dais square. 1,000 square feet. And for the rest of Colorado, don't think you're exempt. Today they're after gun stores. Tomorrow they're after whatever runs afoul of the ideology. I don't know why. I won't speak to motive. But it's true. Don't ask for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Colorado is begging the statists to allow 1,000 square feet for a gun store, for an ammo store.
Representative DeGraff to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we say, when the Second Amendment says, when the Constitution, to which everybody took an oath and to which everybody pledges allegiance every morning, well, most everybody, that includes the Second Amendment. That includes the Second Amendment, and that is the purpose of the Second Amendment is to maintain a free nation. And if you don't have the fire, part of the firearms, you're not going to have a free nation. And again, if the outcome is evident, the intent is inferred. So it's really, really, really disheartening that the former free state of Colorado is reduced to begging for 1,000 square feet from which to purchase the fire part of the firearm. So, yeah, I think saying the former free state of Colorado is perfectly apt when we look at these this continual onslaught of rules and regulations by people who say they support the Constitution.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly urge a yes vote on this. Colorado is killing small business. Small business is the backbone of my rural communities and the rural communities across Colorado. We are only asking for 1,000 feet so we can keep some of our small businesses in operation. Ammunition is a part of the tool for protection, to protect our property, our loved ones, our family, friends, and ourselves. Without ammunition, a gun is not complete and we cannot utilize our Second Amendment. We are asking to help keep rural alive, some small businesses alive, and let them keep this business so we can protect our Second Amendment and stop stripping away. I have a ton of family small businesses in rural Colorado that we are chasing away, and we're sending business across the borders to Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, at least on the northeast side. We can continue if we want to. We're sending them to New Mexico, Utah, to get the revenue and the economic benefit that we are driving out of our state because we are slowly killing small businesses with everything we're doing, every strike of the pen here under the Gold Dome. Please protect our small businesses and vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You threw me off a little bit when I saw you pick up that gavel. I appreciate
the
it, sir.
amendment.
Listen, I'm rising in support of this amendment here. We tried 3,000 square foot. This is 1,000 square foot. Ask yourself, a small business, small gun store that is 1,000 square foot or less, what does that apply to? That's probably a mom and pop, family-owned small gun store. Let's help them out. We have the ability. And what does it cost us? What does it cost anybody in here? To say aye instead of nay? Do you know how much it would help a small family business that has 1,000 square foot or less gun store? It would help them out tremendously. And all it takes is to say aye instead of nay. Doesn't cost us anything. If we don't pass this, it costs them a whole lot. And it may cost them enough that puts them out of business, or at least around for a long time. Let's at least give them a break. You can make an argument that 3,000 square foot, that might be a much bigger business. Okay, fine. I mean, I would disagree with you because I think we shouldn't be doing it in the first place, so we should be giving everybody the break. But at least if we're not going to give the bigger businesses a break, 1,000 square foot or less, that is a mom and pop gun store, probably a family-owned business, probably been around for a long time, and it doesn't cost us anything to give them the break. All you have to do is say aye instead of nay. It's easy. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I do ask you to vote aye on this. If you drive through rural Colorado, there's towns that if you blink, you're through them. They're disappearing. We need to preserve our communities in the rural areas. 1,000 square foot stores is what you find, usually a lot smaller than 1,000 square foot. This is livelihood. This is jobs that we're talking about in our rural Colorado. And honestly, from the original intent of the bill, and I think it was, good-hearted, is we're trying to prevent some issues with gun violence, but those are mostly in the urban areas where there are larger big box stores where folks can get a lot of ammo. We don't see those problems in the rural areas, thank God, but that's probably because folks are focused on making a living. They still have hope. Don't take the hope away from our small towns and our small businesses. Please vote aye on this.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't like this amendment. I don't like anything about this amendment. I don't like the idea that we're passing unconstitutional bills and then we're going to carve out some little thing for a 1,000 square foot business, not 1,100 square foot. You're no longer eligible. Not 1,200. You're no longer eligible for the Constitution. You're no longer eligible for the Constitution. This is not constitutional. This bill is not constitutional. In fact, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already ruled against an exact same bill as CR 23-169 that says that you can't buy guns if you're under 21. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already ruled that's unconstitutional. So guess what? It's coming down the pipe for this. It's coming down the pipe for all the things that are happening in Colorado. We are in a golden age right now. We are in a golden age, and we're going to continue to tear this stuff up. This is not constitutional. It should be torn up and thrown on the floor. It is not constitutional. The fact that we're going to say, oh, let's give a 1,000 square foot business, that is horrible. That is horrible. This is not constitutional. This bill is not constitutional. Second Amendment says no infringement. No infringement. But we don't care about the Constitution here. We break the law day after day in this room.
Representative Bottoms to the amendment.
And so I strongly do not like this amendment. I think this goes against everything that we are supposed to be defending in this room. But we're going to let we'll hand you a little bowl of gruel. 1,000 square foot building can do this. This is, I'm talking to my side now. This side is laughing at us. This side is laughing at us because we're coming with our little bowl in our hand.
And Representative DeGraff, I'm just going to ask you just to pull it back to the amendment, please. Speak to, sorry, Representative Bottoms, my apologies. I see Representative DeGraff, yeah. I'm going to ask you just to please pull it back to the amendment, pull it back to the 1,000 square foot ask. I understand the tensions in relation to the bill
I
and how
actually
you
just said that sentence, 1,000 square foot.
Yes,
I
yes.
just
But I'm going to
started
ask
saying-
you to refrain from the bowl of rule line of arguing, wherever that might be going, and just pull it back to the amendment,
I'm
please.
just talking to our side, 1,000 square foot. They're asking you to come beg at their feet for 1,000 square foot. This is whole.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you. We urge a no vote on this amendment. It isn't just about 1,000 square feet. This is a lot to have ammunition. So we strongly urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L26? Seeing none, the question before this is the adoption of Amendment L26 to House Bill 1133. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L26 fails. Representative Johnson to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L018 to House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And Amendment L18 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment exempts all people aged 18 to 20 with a disability from the age requirements in this bill. We need to make sure that those who are most vulnerable, those who may not be able to defend themselves, have the proper tools to do so. My story is I cannot physically run, and I am not a fighter. I can't run, I can't fight. I need the tools to be able to protect myself. I had a constituent yesterday call me, a veteran, an amputee, lost one of his arms. He does not want to lose the dignity of his manhood to protect his family, and he asked that he has his Second Amendment right to be able to defend himself. He is 19, a veteran, lost his arm, has a family, wants the dignity to be able to protect himself like every American has in the Second Amendment. My mom, maybe 4 Easters ago, we had a whole bunch of wild animals come onto our property and kill 17 head of goats. Luckily, she was able to protect herself because she had her Second Amendment, because she had the right to have ammunition to fill that Second Amendment right and protect herself. She has had double knee replacements. She cannot run. She also is not a fighter. You lose that fight or flight ability, she has her Second Amendment right to protect herself. Anybody who is not physically able to protect themselves, especially our youth who are 18 to 20, should have that dignity, that safety, that protection to be able to preserve their life, their property, their family, and their loved ones. We need to make sure we are utilizing the tools the Constitution provides to help our disabled, especially those 18 and 20-year-olds, have that ability to protect themselves, that option, that right. Allow them to have ammunition so they can utilize that tool for that protection. We need to make sure we are not disadvantaging those who have already been disadvantaged by life circumstances, so that way they have the security and protection they need. I strongly urge you to vote yes on this amendment.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
I'd like to support my colleague in this amendment, and I think it's ultra important what she's saying. There's a saying that you may have not heard before, and I think it speaks very well to this amendment. God created men, but Colonel Colt made them equal. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in strong support of this amendment. I've been a physical therapist for 25 years. I have treated patients with tons of comorbidities, diabetes, amputees, disabled community, men and women late in age who have had major joint replacements, who cannot protect themselves, and guns are the greatest equalizer. And to take this away from them is shameful. It is shameful to not exempt these people from this horrific bill. Those people deserve to be able to protect themselves. And just because they're not able-bodied people like we are, we're going to put them in the same category? Can't run, can't defend themselves? Shameful. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if anybody has seen the movie. I'm just going to harken back to it for a second. American Sniper. At the end of the movie, which is terrible, but at the end of the movie, Chris Kyle, decorated war veteran, they go into his kind of final days. After he came back from service, he would take veterans out that had lost limbs, that had disabilities, because for veterans, shooting and continuing to be able to shoot is something that they really rely on to be able to still do something that they know that there's so much that they can't do anymore because they've lost limbs. This was what Chris Kyle did. He took veterans out and gave them that opportunity to still be able to be in that brotherhood, to still be able to shoot together. Being able to shoot is a big deal to these folks. Also, and not just for the Chris Kyle reference, but there is a group called It's a Calling that is in Douglas County. And Douglas County, the group It's a Calling, out veterans to go hunting, to go shooting. It's PTSD therapy for a lot of combat deployed after they've come back. Remember, you can enter the military at 18. I know that we've been making that point, right? And so you could very quickly acquire a disability before the age of 21 and come back and still need to have the ability to shoot, to be able to go out, to be able to enjoy the outdoors. It's a Calling is a fantastic organization that does that for veterans. I would support it on that level, and for those reasons, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, please. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms. I mean DeGraff. I thought it was only fair.
I have never been so offended in this place. I
There's
take
still a
that
lot of
back.
days left in the session.
I've been offended a lot. All right. So this just reminded me of a story that's kind of funny in my family. My dearly grandmother probably weighed about 80 pounds soaking wet. One day sitting out at the parking lot at the Piggly Wiggly. It's a real place. She got into her little sports car. Gang of youth decided to walk towards her, and they said, "That is a mighty fine car for a little old lady like you." And what she did is she reached under the front seat and she said, "Come on, boys, come and get it." Strangely enough, those boys took off running in the opposite direction when they had intended to steal her car. I don't know why, because she wasn't even armed. There was nothing under her front seat. But the thought of something being under her front seat that might have been chrome, might have had a cylinder like would normally be there, they took off running because a firearm is a force leveler. The reason you have a firearm is to be a force leveler. So you don't have to get into a fight. So you don't have to be a victim. The important thing about a firearm is the fire. Besides being a gun registration, this is a disarming the victim bill. Makes it harder, makes it more difficult for citizens to protect themselves against all criminals, common or elected. So the reason that people have firearms is not just because they like to carry the extra weight, because they think the bulk is particularly appealing. They carry firearms because they are a force leveler. And if somebody has a physical impairment, a physical disability, a challenge where they need a little bit more leveling, then this amendment helps level that field. I mean, maybe we can at least avoid disarming one class of victims. The rest of the victims in Colorado, well, you're on your own. Now, there is a lot being done from the federal level to reduce crime in Colorado because that wasn't being done in Colorado, but that's a different story. But right now, this amendment would help keep at least a small class of Coloradans safe and able to protect themselves, instead of disarming all the victims and making all victims out of Coloradans. So I recommend I vote on this amendment, and protect at least one group of Coloradans. We're sacrificing the businesses, we're sacrificing the citizens. At least maybe we can carve out a small group of citizens of Colorado, that the sponsor deems worthy of self-defense.
Colleagues, I would request that you please keep all conversations at a lower tone or move them to the side. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I was sitting and listening to my colleagues all making excellent points, I thought of one particular lady, 19 years old, in a wheelchair, excited that she was able to live on her own because she had the security of a concealed carry. She was excited that she had the ability to be independent. While this young lady is not in my district, it reminds me that everyone's here at the well under this dome affects all of our many. We're doing something wrong. This young lady, how am I supposed to face her? I ask, how would any of you be able to face her if she does not have the fire, the ammunition to fuel that tool that she was so proud of after she just bought her own apartment to protect herself? How do we tell her she no longer has that right? That she is going to have to go back to her parents because she is scared to live on her own and be independent like any 19-year-old strives to be. Please think of the consequences that we're doing under this, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L18? Yes, there is. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L18 to House Bill 1133? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L18. Those all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L18 fails. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L017 to House Bill 1133 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Okay.
Amendment L17 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Okay, this amendment says notwithstanding the prohibition of selling ammunition to a person who is under 21 years of age described in subsection 1B of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a woman who is 18 years of age or older, but under 21 years of age, who presents a government-issued identification indicating that the person is a woman. We know plenty of statistics. Victims of sexual violence. Sexual violence affects millions of Americans. Every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted. On average, there are 406,634 victims ages 12 or older of rape and sexual assault each year in the United States. Younger people are at the risk of sexual assault. The majority of sexual assault victims are under the age of 30. 34 are the highest risk years for rape and sexual assault. Women and girls experience sexual violence at high rates. 1 out of every 6 American women has been the victim of an attempted or completed rape in her lifetime. 14% completed, 2.8% attempted. And for the men in here who maybe don't understand the fear of living as a woman and that guns are our greatest equalizer, 18 to 20-year-olds deserve the ability to fight and buy ammunition and protect themselves. As of 1998, an estimated 17.7 million American women had been victims of attempted or completed rape. 82%, young women are especially at risk. 82% of all juvenile victims are female. 90% of adult rape victims are female. Females aged 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault. Women ages 18 to 24 who are college students are 3 times more likely than women in general to experience sexual violence. Females of the same age who are not enrolled in college are 4 times more likely. And let's talk about the effects of violence on these women, because we should talk about that when we're limiting their ability to defend themselves against violent crime that we have made rampant in the state. The likelihood that a person suffers suicidal or depressive thoughts increases after sexual violence. 94% of women who are raped experience symptoms of PTSD during the 2 weeks following rape. 30% of women report symptoms of PTSD 9 months after the rape. 33% of women who are raped contemplated suicide. 13% of women who are raped attempt suicide. Approximately 70% of rape or sexual assault victims experience moderate to severe distress, a larger percentage than for any other violent crime. 3 to 4 times more likely to use marijuana, 6 times more likely to use cocaine, 10 times more likely to use other major drugs. Sexual violence also affects victims' relationships with their families, friends, and coworkers, and this is why we should protect our youth. 38% of victims of sexual violence experience work or school problems, which can include significant problems with a boss, coworker, or peer. So unable to work, getting laid off. 37% experience family friend problems, including getting into arguments more frequently than before. 84% of survivors who are victimized by an intimate partner experience professional or emotional issues. 79% of survivors who are victimized by a family member, close friend, or acquaintance experience professional or emotional issues, including moderate to severe distress or increased problems at work or school. 67% of survivors who are victimized by a stranger experience professional or emotional issues, including moderate to severe distress. And Native Americans are at the greatest risk of sexual violence. On average, American Indians aged 12 and older experience about 6,000 sexual assaults per year. American Indians are twice as likely to experience a rape, sexual assault compared to all races. 41% of sexual assaults against American Indians are committed by a stranger. And for women who continue to be victims of crimes, this is unfair. It is unfair for us as a body to legislate onto 18 to 20-year-old women their ability to protect themselves. For women, a gun is our greatest equalizer. I'm going to go over a couple more statistics. Young women aged 18 to 21 are often at higher risk for certain types of violent crime. Intimate partner violence. Women aged 18 to 24 generally experience the highest rates of intimate partner violence, which includes physical violence, sexual violence, and stalking by a current or former intimate partner. According to the National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey, young women aged 18 to 24 experience the highest rates of rape and sexual assault. These are women in our districts. These are women that we represent. 18 to 20-year-olds that live on their own should be able to defend themselves. Why do we continue to push bills that will create more victims? When will we demand bills that prosecute criminals and keep Coloradans safe? Let's get back to public safety. And to go over specific statistics in our lovely state of Colorado, we rate number 4 in the nation for rape. We rate number 3rd in the nation as the most dangerous state in the entire country. 3rd, 47 other states are safer than we are. 47 other states. And we keep regulating gun bills and ammo bills, and we're 3rd least safe state. We're number 8 in the country, highest in violence. And you don't send any bills down here to put the criminals in jail. You victimize Second Amendment gun owners and women over and over and over with these bills. We are victimizing women. We are victimizing the disabled. We are victimizing men in our state, all while we watch crime continue to rise and rise and rise. More and more gun bills and regulations and crime continues to go up and up and up. All while you continue to take away their God-given constitutional rights. If your bills work so well, we wouldn't be the third most dangerous state in this country. Bill after bill after bill, stripping away our constitutional rights for what? For nothing. And I thought we were all supposed to be about women's rights. Man, I hear us talk about women's rights all the time. We talk about women's rights every other day. Women's rights, women's right to choose, women's rights. Guns rights are women's rights. Women have the right to choose the ammo that they want to purchase and to use a gun to protect themselves against men or whoever's breaking into their home or stalking them or raping them or sexually violating them. Women deserve that right. You don't get to talk about women's rights when it only works for you. Women's rights are guns' rights. Pulling a Rep Bacon up here, I'm preaching. You come down. Sorry, I'm gonna take. We can't sit here and talk about women's rights, you guys, when we're taking away the rights for women to defend themselves. Accept this amendment. 18 to 20-year-olds are working late in restaurants and businesses in one of the most unsafe states that we have. Can't go buy ammo, which helps you practice and become a good, safe gun owner. If you're in rural Colorado and your car breaks down 100 miles away from home, you have the right to protect yourself. Why do we pick and choose who gets the right to do that? So please stop saying we're for rights when we are tying the hands of women to protect themselves. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is hard to beat that from my good colleague. She said it so well, but I wanted to make sure we're hearing that. If we really want to empower young women, 18 to 20, if we want to empower women so that they feel independent and can go live their lives without restrictions, if we want to empower women, we need to empower the Second Amendment. We need to make sure that we are advocating for their safety. If we're saying under this gold dome, we want public safety, let's make sure we are allowing women to have the right to be safe. This is an equalizer, but it is only an equalizer if they are using a firearm, if they can use ammunition to put the fire in that firearm. We need to make sure we are keeping them safe so we avoid future mental tolls. Let's be proactive in this. Let's make sure we are giving them the confidence. Let's empower our women and make sure that they have the Second Amendment. We have it. Vote yes to ensure that we want to support women. Women 18 to 20, make sure that we are supporting the upcoming generations and that they feel safe. So we are not making sure that we're taking this right away from them. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that hasn't been mentioned that at least I didn't catch was included in this for women's rights is domestic violence. Women who have been victims of domestic violence, like myself, I like the fact that I now have something within my power to protect myself and to take that safety, that safe feeling, that ability to protect yourself away from young women who are married at 18, they're married at 19, they're married at 20. But to be able to take away that right for them, to be able to actually purchase ammunition and protect themselves and use the Second Amendment like it is supposed to be used is a travesty. This is going to be causing a lot more problems if we don't at least allow our young women to protect themselves like I almost cussed, like they darn well should be able to. Please vote yes. Use some common sense today. Let women protect themselves. Thank you.
On this amendment, Representative DeGraff.
No, I'm not identifying as a woman. But what I am speaking of, we're just thinking in terms of this bill, ready, aim, click. Just taking away the fire part of the bill, of the ammo, of the firearm. Ready, aim, click. That's 1133. It's not just that we're the number 3 in violence. It's the rapid rise up the charts in violence. Now, correlation is not causation, but mental health, violence, crime, blue, they're all rising together. Women have the right to be safe in their person. And one thing that I heard from not long ago was something like 90% of men can kill 95% of the women with their bare hands. That'd be a force leveler. Now, when my wife was in college, she was somebody that she knew. She let them in because there was somebody skulking around in the parking lot. And then when that individual came in who she trusted before, he pushed her on the couch. And the story would have ended a lot different if she wasn't a black belt in Taekwondo. So she kicked him across the room. He crawled out the door holding his chest, and she never saw him again. Not everybody has that capability. So there needs to be a force leveler. And just the thought of there being that is very important. So stop trying to create more victims. We don't need more victims in Colorado. We don't need more victims in Colorado. It's not a matter of that all of these restrictions, infringements don't work so that we need more. Don't get the wrong idea. All of your infringements are going in the wrong direction. They are counteracting, they are counterproductive. They're increasing crime. It's not a matter that they don't work, they just work for the wrong people. They work to increase crime, they work to put businesses out of business. So let Colorado breathe. Let Colorado breathe. Let's at least have some people in Colorado that are not forced to be victims of your legislation.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What am I being? Oh, a church hymn. Well, fun fact about churches, in the early colonial period, many states and jurisdictions actually fined their residents if that resident did not attend church armed. Did you know that? You could get fined if you did not actually have the weapon in order to protect yourself and your church population. So thank you for that segue of all about church. I like the Did You Know games. In any case, to the amendment, it's a good time to remind everyone that what we are talking about is not even a civil right. It is an unalienable right. Unalienable, meaning God-given, given to all people. And what is that unalienable right? The definition of it, it's the corollary of those other rights that are enshrined in our Declaration of Independence. It is the unalienable right to defense of self, defense of others, and defense of property. Case, has come down to say that the Second Amendment applies to all people and encompasses even those who are between the ages of 18 and 20. Revolutionary thought that if you are 18 to 20 years old, you also have the ability to defend yourself. And while I don't like the fact that we are excluding men from this amendment because they too have that right, at least again, we're protecting some rights. We're securing some of those unalienable rights as we are charged to do and as we gave oath to do on the first day here, both under the state and federal constitutions. Women have the right to defend themselves. Women often prefer tools like firearms to defend themselves because it is, especially when they finding their attacker to be male. A firearm, I don't know if you know this, can be used like a bludgeon, a baton, a rock, you know, you can hit people with it, but it generally is more effective when you use it with ammunition. And so when you strip the ability of people to purchase the ammunition for it, you in essence minimize their ability to exercise that unalienable God-given right of self-defense or defense of others, defense of their property. And so for that reason, I rise in support of this, wishing that there could be an amendment that was accepted that just struck this whole bill and gave everyone their right and acknowledged all of them their right, not that they gave it, but acknowledged that unalienable right. But since we may not be able to get that, maybe we can make a compromise here and protect the women in our communities. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question excuse me, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 17 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L016 to House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is my first amendment introducing. So get this, right? Basically what this amendment specifies is anything in the bill that is ruled unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court, or the Court of Appeals, it basically makes it that it's unenforceable while the court order is in effect. I believe in the separation of powers and checks and balances. And so this is a way to give the courts also a determination in ruling some things that if we might overstep our authority. And we've also seen that with some of the bills that this legislature has passed in some years where the courts have intervened and stepped in to rule them unconstitutional. Not saying that this is entirely unconstitutional, but I feel like this is an infringement on the Second Amendment. And so I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a lot of the attorneys in the room can attest, severability clauses are very commonplace in contracts. They're also very commonplace in many of our bills. And so I don't think adding a severability clause does anything to change the intent of the bill or the legality of the bill. But if it is deemed unconstitutional, then the rest of the provisions would no longer apply. And so anyway, I think it's a very reasonable amendment and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to say, can you hear me on this? Doesn't sound like it's on. Louder? I'll move over here, be with my friends. I'm coming around little by little. So I just want to add that this is already law. We don't need to write it in the bill. If the court says it's unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional, and ask for a no vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, that's very, it's interesting that this was brought up. And I actually had a conversation with one of the bill sponsors on this the other day. And I asked if they felt that this bill was actually constitutional. They don't, but they said they did. So I tell you, whether it's current, it doesn't put this in the bill already. We might, if they believe that it's already constitutional, then this amendment actually has no harm to put it in the bill just to make sure that it's in there. So if you guys believe that it's actually constitutional and this will have really no effect on it, it does no harm to actually just put it in there. So I'm asking for a yes vote because we did agree that, or I didn't agree, but it was agreed that on the other side that it was constitutional. I disagree, but if you have no worries about it, put it in there. It's no big deal. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
This is, as Majority Leader said, this is actually redundant, except for the fact that this bill is unconstitutional. It's going to be taken to the courts. As I said earlier, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already ruled on this very subject and said this is not constitutional. So putting in the reason that we would put it in the bill is to save money. If we put it in this bill, then it automatically kicks out. As soon as we voted in here in just a few minutes, we can take it and literally tear it up because it's not constitutional. And it'll save all the lawyer fees. It'll save all of the court fees, all the things of it, because this is going to go to the courts. It's going to go to the courts. We already know who's going to file the suits. We've already seen the stuff. So this amendment would just be a big money saver. And right now, we need to save money in the state of Colorado. So this redundant amendment, which every bill is supposed to come under this, but it doesn't. We pass unconstitutional bills in this house all the time, and then it stays, and then they go to court, and all the different things that happen. And yet we know they're not constitutional, but we just keep passing them because we are all powerful and we can do that. And so I don't. This is a great amendment just because it's already in the bill, but this will save us money because this is going to go to court, and this unconstitutional bill will be struck down because there's already precedence for it. It's already been struck down, and we know that in this room. Every one of us in this room knows that the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already struck this ideology down, but we're still running the bill. So with that crazy circular reasoning, yeah, let's vote yes on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to read through this. If the court appeals determines that any provision of this is unconstitutional, so what I'm assuming is by this that we would send this bill in the process over to the court, and that they would look at it and deem whether they found it constitutional, and then we could avoid. So it seems like we could save a lot of effort if maybe we put this all in all of our bills, and at least have some level of constitutional review before sticking them in. Now, I understand that in general, the way this legislation, and maybe the people of Colorado don't know, is that everything because they're always surprised when you tell them that everything that the General Assembly does is assumed to be constitutional until it's proved otherwise in a court of law. And see here, they thought, I mean, it's funny, bless their hearts, the people of Colorado thought that the Colorado General Assembly created laws in accord with the Constitution of Colorado. And it's always a little bit difficult for them to understand that the Colorado General Assembly rarely makes laws in accordance with the Constitution of Colorado or the United States. The Constitution, I'd say, is probably the last thing on the mind of the General Assembly when creating laws and legislation. And kind of funny story on this is somebody on social media asked if we could go back here when we thought we were wasting all that time this morning with the attack on the citizens of Colorado, calling them insurrectionists, etc., being judge and jury, that there are citizens of Colorado that are writing in and saying, hey, could you guys go back to that resolution because at least then, for those 5 hours, the Constitution itself, our liberties and our prosperity wasn't under assault. So as soon as we get back to the people's business, the assault on liberty and prosperity cranks right back up. So the people of Colorado really do think that the General Assembly has some modicum of constitutionality in mind when they're passing legislation. And that's, I mean, it's certainly not funny, but it's certainly not true. So I think this is I mean, at least as far as I understand it, it looks to me like we would be sending this to the court, have them review it, do a constitutional review, and then see, yeah, maybe we could avoid that whole lawsuit instead of forcing the citizens of Colorado, instead of paying another, which is effectively enough. It's taxing on the economy, it's taxing on their time, it's taxing on their liberty. That we would just have a system in place that would say, hey, let's look at this beforehand and see how the court would rule without having to go through the whole process. Now, if it's unknown, then maybe it goes into law and then somebody has to sue. But when there's precedent that's already based on this, then maybe we could just avoid it. So, as my colleague said, or I just said, I'm not sure which one he is and I am. I'm a little confused at this point. But, you know, if we could just, I don't know, maybe do stuff that's constitutional, maybe create laws in line with the Constitution, maybe have them reviewed when we think that we have a better idea than the Constitution. Because it really doesn't matter if you think you have a better idea than the Constitution, because the oath that you took to the people of Colorado said you would support the Constitution of the United States and Colorado. There's nothing in the oath that said you would just rely on your own creativity, that you would rely on your own recognizance, that you would rely on your own wisdom, especially wisdom that studied the whys of the Constitution. So this could save us a lot of hassle. I think this is a good amendment for all bills. So it's not automatic in the it is because, so this is not automatic. The only other way to get to this point is through lawsuits. And so when you force the people of Colorado to enter into lawsuits, then you're putting yourself as this body becomes an enemy of the citizens of Colorado against their life, against their liberty and prosperity, continually against their liberty and prosperity. So I'm in favor of this amendment. The way I'm reading it anyways, it would send this to send for a judicial review. And if you're afraid of a judicial review, then maybe that's a problem. If you're afraid of judicial review and the citizens have to sue the state in order to get redress for their grievances, to get their rights back, then who should really be paying for those bills? I mean, why are the citizens of House District 22 going to have to pay those bills? Because I offered to take us out of that. We tried to get out of it. So this is a good amendment. Let's send all of our bills over to the court, have them review it, and give us an indication of whether it's, and when the court says, what the heck, 700 bills in a year, maybe that's a problem in and of itself. Maybe that would encourage us to have a little bit more in mind of the constitutionality of bills in the first place. So this is a great amendment. I don't think we should be afraid of it. So I recommend an aye vote. If you've done anything like taking an oath to support and defend the Constitution, this should be an easy one.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
House Bill 1133, this amendment's important because House Bill 1133 creates presumptive laws and victimless crimes. And this goes against the Second and Ninth Amendments, as well as the Seventh Amendment, wherein it states, "than according to the rules of the common law." We understand that common law requires a damaged person or damaged property, also following Article 6, which is also known as the Supremacy Clause, wherein it states, "anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding." Therefore, and in following with the Supremacy Clause requirement of no contradictions, anything like a presumptive law or victimless crime would clearly violate the common law requirement of an actual damaged victim, person, and/or damaged property. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 16 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remove Amendment L041 to the House Bill 251133 and ask it to be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Tell us about Amendment 42.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment I'm bringing forward here, amendment creates a working group of 4 legislators, one from each caucus. So 1 House Republican, 1 House Democrat, 1 Senate Democrat, 1 Senate Republican, and 4 industry representatives to come together and create a working group. We feel like this this bill wasn't really talked to with the industry of ammo and guns. So this would also create that. So those 8 people can come together and talk about what's better for working on this bill and what's better for the state and how it will affect industry, consumers, and jobs. I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 42? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of, the passage before us is, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 42. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move L033 to House Bill 251133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This amendment exempts all aged 18 to 20-year-olds who live in an unincorporated area of a county. This is rural Colorado. And you know what really grinds my gears is this urban-rural divide where we have urban legislators trying to tell us how we live our life, how we protect our property, how we protect our livestock, how we protect our equipment, and how we protect our family, our friends, ourselves. It really grinds my gears that that a lot of urban folks don't understand the difficulties we face in rural Colorado, in unincorporated counties across the state. We have predators we are worried about. We have coyotes. We have wolves. We have raccoons. We have raccoons. We have skunks. Whether that be a threat on people, on children, on pets, on livestock, we need that ability to protect. We need to be able to utilize the tools to their full ability with the ammunition so that way we can protect in these areas that are multi miles out when we try to call for help, we are the first defense. We need this ability in rural Colorado to defend ourselves. And it is about time that this state recognizes it is not a one size fits all. We have different communities, and that's what makes us great. We have different needs, and we need to listen to each other on what those needs are. I urge a strong yes vote on L033 for unincorporated areas of our county, for rural Colorado, for protections across our state.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I respect about our conversations in this building is we talk about our heritage, our way of life, and I respect that. I hear it in committees all the time. But this is woven into the fabric of rural Colorado's heritage and way of life. This is important to us. I mean, this is a rite of passage in rural Colorado to be able to get your first firearm, be able to buy ammunition to use it. We feed our families this way. I mean, I have tons of youth that like to hunt in my district. We're a Western state. I don't know if you all remember the song, I'm not going to sing it, but about Colorado, the Colorado song. Talked about the pioneers coming out here and talking about our Western heritage. And I know my colleague before the Eastern Plains about all the reasons that we need this, but I respect everybody's heritage in this chamber. I respect everybody's story about how their fabric was woven in the way of life that they live. And I would just ask that you do the same for us, because this is about our culture. We talk about all the things that unite us in this building. We definitely talk about all the things that divide us in this building. But at the end of the day, I ask you to realize that as we listen and respect everybody's culture in this building, this is a cultural issue for us. This is a rite of passage issue for us. If you all were to actually talk to the kids, so I did like 25 school visits in 2 years, for 2 years in office, and talked to kids and never talked partisan politics. The Bill on the Hill stuff. Everybody remembers the bill on. Remember the bill on after school? Yeah. So we that all the time. But firearms do come up in my district because, once again, it's part of our culture and heritage. And you'd be surprised if the kids in our, even though I don't agree with their position, we have kids coming to this building all the time to talk against firearms. But believe it or not, there's a lot of kids in my district that talk the opposite of that. They one day look forward to buying an AR-15 to hunt coyotes with. They look forward to buying hunting rifles to hunt with. So I don't think I would be doing the kids in my district justice if I didn't speak for them. So we want to pass this on generation to generation. We want our kids to be able to target shoot and hunt and fish. One of my good colleagues who isn't here today, when we did the rural tour, I was like, how beautiful is this out here? It's so quiet. And she looked at me and said, I'm actually afraid because I've never been in anything this quiet in my life. And I think that's the difference that we're talking about. And that's what makes each part of this state special. And I just think it's really important that the kids in my district have the ability to pick up the hobbies of their mothers and fathers, to be able to provide for their families through meat hunting. Just a whole lot of things. So I'd feel remiss if I didn't get up and speak for those young individuals in my district that asked Representative Winter to come up and fight for their Second Amendment rights. Like I said, I respect the fabric and culture of every person in this chamber, and I would just ask you to respect the fabric and culture of the children in my district. I urge and I vote.
Members, simmer down, please. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 33? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 33 to House Bill 1133. A division has been called. We'll be in a brief recess. is the let me gavel back. The question is the adoption of, the House will come back. Haven't done it maybe in a year. Anyway, the House will come back to order, and the question is the adoption of Amendment 33, 1133, a division requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment 33, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count has been taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of, nope. Hamanaha. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L037 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L037 exempts 18 to 20-year-olds who have an active protection order from the age requirements of the bill. And I would just like to add that I am really honored to run this with ML Puglisi. It's something that's really near and dear to me and has been for a long time. And I am just grateful, and I think this really proves and shows that even through some very difficult pieces of policy that we have been talking on for quite a bit today, we can still find common ground. And with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the sentiments of the Majority Leader. Obviously, many of you have seen us working on domestic violence policy to help protect survivors and make sure they're not victims again. And this amendment really does continue the good work that we have done and will continue to do to make sure that we keep men and women safe in these situations. And so I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 37? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 37 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1133 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of 1135.
House Bill 1135 by Representatives Lukens and Bradfield, also Senators Marchman and Frizzell, concerning requiring the adoption of a policy regarding student communication devices in schools.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1135 and the Education Committee report.
to the Education Committee report. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Education Committee, we had to amend this bill to add in the School of the Deaf and Blind and add a few clarifications for the Colorado Department of Education. We ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is the passage of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report passes. To the bill, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. Cell phone use during school hours impacts students' academic performance and teacher morale. Cell phones distract students from classroom instruction, which may result in smaller learning gains, lower test scores, and increased cell phone use is associated with higher levels of depression, anxiety in children. In Colorado, about 1/3 of the state's largest school districts have recently made updates to their cell phone policies. Why do this? Recent research shows that adolescents who spend more than 3 hours per day, which is very possible to do when you're in school, on social media can double the risk of experiencing poor mental health outcomes as symptoms of depression and anxiety. Now, approximately 9 in 10 public schools report occurrences of cyberbullying, a form of bullying through technological devices, including cell phones, among students. And this is associated with the social and emotional distress, depression, and suicidal ideation among youth. So why wouldn't we want to do something for kids?
Is this bill. The goal of the policy is distractions in the classroom settings and promote mental health and well-being among students. This law would not impose a statewide ban. Instead, House Bill 1135 allows school districts to create their own locally developed policies regarding cell phone use during school hours in K-12 settings. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I won't take long on this. As a member of education, this is a very good bill, and so as a charter school board member as well, we just implemented something like this at the beginning of our school year, and I can tell you it's a night and day difference. And an important point to make here is that there were concerns when we were implementing this cell phone policy. We were worried. Obviously not all the children like it, but we were a little concerned that maybe there would be a backlash from parents. But we are very reasonable with our policy, and only you can still bring it to school, but you may need it after, especially if you're staying after school for after school activities. You still need to contact your parents. You just can't use it during the day. And it is a night and day difference in a lot of executive directors of charter schools. I talked to principals of district run schools, and they want to do a cell phone policy like this, but they're concerned of potential blowback. And I think this gives them, hey, there is a state policy now. And you know what? Is when it comes to local control, if your policy is that we're not going to do a strict cell phone policy, then that's your policy. But it does give a lot of these schools cover. So this is a good bill. I support it. There was a lot of support in favor of it in committee, and I don't recall if there was any opposition testimony